Yes.
Depends how the volume's running.
So yeah. Yeah, we have like 7. Yeah. So
Technically 8, but I 1 year I just was 6. I didn't sit in pretty much the whole year.
Can you hear it? It was very good.
No, even I was no, I I'm not sure. Like
Oh yeah, once yeah, we just
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I started off working in like customer service.
Check it out.
Probably could I think it one I'll shut my head.
Okay.
Oh, okay, they can hear.
So we'll get going. We'll start fast. Thanks everybody for coming here. Thanks to everybody online who's online. I'm assuming you can all hear us. And we've got a few other things happening. So this is the environmental health sampling workshop. Which I'm quite excited about. Working again. No, just go to the next one.
Yeah.
So to give you a bit of an idea of how the day is going to run, I've done a little flip here. So just to begin with, on behalf of on behalf of everybody who's attending, either in person or online from wherever you are, I'm going to do the acknowledgement to country. For us in Armadale, it's the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. I will pay my respects on behalf of everybody to elders past, present and emerging. This sampling workshop, we will have just an introduction by myself, and then we've also got Agrifood who are going to attend in the morning session with just a little bit about their services and what happens to samples if you send anything to Agrifood. We'll break for lunch. We've got about half an hour. So people online, if you want to go and grab your lunch and do that, be back at 12:30 and we keep going with Eurofins or ARL. We'll basically do the same thing and tell us about all of their samples and the processes of what happens when samples go to ARL. We're going to have a bit of a Q&A after each analyst does their bit. So if you have any questions that relate to a specific analyst, do that in that section because then they will leave after that. And then at the end, we'll just have a bit of a general discussion. If you have any general questions or anything that pops up during the day, feel free to talk about it towards the end. All right. I will let Emily do some housekeeping, not relevant to you guys up there or out there, but pretty relevant for us.
Housekeeping. We have tea, coffee over here. Our toilets are out there to my left, your right. If there is an emergency or a fire drill, we want to go out the exit that some of you may have come up, straight down and then down the ramp. For the people on Teams, I'm thinking during presentations, if they want to ask questions via the chat, and then I will speak on behalf, and then at the general discussion time or the Q&A, we'll have the option to have you off mute so you can ask questions. Yeah,
That sounds good.
cool. I think that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Cool.
If anybody online does have like a burning question, just use the raise hand thing, and then Emily will see that you're highlighted, and then we can just jump to you and you can do whatever. Otherwise, use the chat, and Emily will be monitoring that for us. Any comments, any questions before we jump into it? Cool. Emily, can you just click on the link, please? All right, it worked. Okay, so to do the introduction just into sampling and where this workshop has come from, as you may know, I've only been with LHAAC since May this year. And so since that time, I have been working with the analysts that we have currently contracted, and I've seen a few of the reports and samples that have been submitted to a lot of things. And so I've discovered discussing with the analysts that there are some small points of confusion. We've had a bit of movement with EHOs. There's a lot of new people who might not know or might not have done this for a long, long time. So it's just a really good refresher for what sampling is all about. When do you do it? How do you do it? And what actually happens to those samples. Maybe it's the battery. All right, so For my little bit, I'm just going to go through risk assessment and some principles, because risk assessment is actually fundamental to everything that we do. It'll be part of any kind of decision that you do as an EHO or as a tech or anything that you're working on. We'll go through when and why to sample, because sometimes you don't need to sample, but other times, yes, you will. And then once you've determined the where, the why, and the when, then of course it's how to sample, what are you actually sampling? And then that'll go through the different types of samples that there are, the kinds of equipment that you might need and other bits and pieces, and some other considerations for the whole sampling process, like what is cold chain, what are some other things that you might need to know about. Sorry, Emily. Okay, so what is risk assessment to everybody? The Health Act, sorry, the Public Health Act 2016 has a definition of risks, and it emphasizes harm to public health. So that little statement is the underpinnings of absolutely everything that we do as environmental health officers. We are trying to minimize or manage this risk to the population or to individuals. And we're trying to minimize the health outcomes from these harms or exposure sources. So when you think about what you do as an EHO, this means routine inspections, complaint investigations, or other kinds of investigations. And in your job, basically what you will need to do is have a process for collecting evidence or being able to collect data to be able to make those decisions about what to do in the line of your job. And sampling is just one way of collecting that kind of evidence or that kind of data. And it's particularly important if you're going to take some kind of enforcement action or go to prosecution. And when you're talking about food, particularly, this tends to be an appropriate pathway in certain circumstances. Of course, it depends on your council a little bit and what the appetite for that kind of action might be. But again, it's always very handy to be able to do all of that background work as your standard. Thank you. All right, so before we go further, before everybody clicks the button, risks, hazards, and harms. These are a few different terms that we use, and there is a bit of a difference between them. So I'll go to you guys first. What do you think is the definition of risk?
The chance of being like exposed to a hazard.
You're cheating. Stop looking. But yes, you catch what Emily said? That's the chance. It's a probability. It's not the actual hazard, but it's the probability that something will happen. So thinking about that, what's the hazard?
The thing that causes the harm.
Yeah. So it's literally anything can have a health outcome to people. But what makes them either severe or not will be determined by the harm or the outcome, and also obviously the likelihood. So then by elimination, the harm or the definition of harm is the actual exposure source or the outcome from that particular hazard. Right. Yeah, thank you. All right, and we'll stop there. Thanks. So the risk is the chance of the probability, the hazard is the source, and the harm is the outcome. So thinking about all of these things, we're only interested in certain types of risks. And generally, these are the ones that are going to be severe or high risk. If they're very low risk, then we don't necessarily need to know about them. We don't necessarily need to do anything about it. But that's not always true. So the whole risk assessment process will enable you to determine, is this actually relevant to certain things? Is this something that requires me to do more in my job? So one more click, please. And we will go to the examples. So I've just picked some really specific examples here. So the risk that we're going to go with, people who drink untreated water are more likely to be exposed to a pathogen that's in that untreated water, and that person will develop dysentery. Right? The hazard is obviously the water, because it's contaminated with pathogens, and then the harm is death by dysentery. So what we're trying to do is prevent this from occurring. And so we're doing the monitoring, we're doing the surveillance to see what the baseline for that water might be. Then we can develop the strategies to determine what we have to do after that. There's some kind of action that needs to happen. If you find the pathogens that cause dysentery or something else in that untreated water, then you can come up with a management plan for what needs to happen, so that you minimize that risk of people developing the disease or the health outcome. And similarly with the food allergen example, the risk is that people who are susceptible to food allergies eat food that might have an allergen in it. And if that allergen product or if that product isn't properly labeled to say this has an allergen in it, they might unknowingly eat it and suffer an outcome. So again, the hazard is the food that might contain an undeclared allergen, and the harm is obviously a severe allergic reaction, anaphylaxis resulting in death. That's pretty specific, but that's worst case scenario. So to minimize the risk, we do the monitoring and the surveillance, and we will come up with a plan for what do we need to do about it, depending on what we find. All right, I'm just going to, otherwise I'm going to keep clicking it. It's not working. All right, so food sampling. We won't go too far.
Oh, sorry.
Stuff there.
Double back.
All right, thanks. So if you tell me, maybe we can get the people online to take this one.
Yeah.
What kind of hazards are we looking at when we're doing food sampling?
We want to unmute everyone. I have to chat.
If anybody.
Put that hand up. All right, pop your hand up and I'll unmute you. Unmute yourself. No one wants to engage. Come on, guys.
No?
Got no volunteers.
No? Anybody from the room here? Tell me some hazards that we are sampling for.
Oh, sorry, someone online.
Okay, great. Well,
Sorry.
who is it?
It's Kelly.
Kelly.
Kelly Wise.
Kelly, what have you got, Kelly?
Let's just, sorry, we'll unmute her. Unmute. Oh no, Kelly, you have to unmute yourself, I think. Maybe just type them.
Maybe just try.
I think she was trying to say bumblebee.
Oh, okay. We've got, Kelly said lack of temperature control, and then Vikram said cross contamination.
Okay, all right.
Kelly, your audio is not working in here.
Right, we'll figure that out as we go, I think. Okay, so we had cross-contamination and temperature control. Although temperature control is not really a hazard, it's more of a method of making sure that the hazard is controlled, being contamination. So that's a big one. I've got that listed first, don't I? Yeah, pathogens. Contamination by pathogens. All right, what's another one?
Chemical.
Chemicals, yes. Chemical residues?
Okay.
No. Heavy metal contamination. I think it's the next one. Yeah.
Yay.
So, yeah. God, I should do this. Like, is it on the board? What's next? Yeah. All right. So in terms of the kind of categories, and this is my personal opinion as well. You might not agree with it, but what I'm suggesting is that there's two different types categories for just about anything that you're sampling. It's unsafe or it's unsuitable. It could be both. If it relates to pathogens or some kind of contamination that's going to have a very direct health impact, then generally it's going to be unsafe. However, there are other things that we look for that mean it could be unsuitable. Now, what would that mean? Sorry, what?
Because the lady who had the brain, checked the lettuce,
Yeah.
had the snake parasite. That's unsuitable. But she ended up with a parasite in her brain from eating greens and
So that was a really interesting story actually, because that parasite was like 1 in a million. And usually that particular species of parasite only infects snakes. And what happened was she collected some wild herbs or leafy greens, didn't rinse it properly, consumed an egg of the parasite, and it ended up in her brain.
Oh.
It's been published in the Lancet, I think, or one of those high-level medical journals, and it's a good read. But yeah, just highlights the importance of washing your food or forage. So unsuitable food, you just give me a couple of answers.
So where best would you put parasites? Because you got
Unsafe.
It would be unsafe,
Yeah.
because you got trichinosis and all that.
Yeah.
I was thinking for unsuitable if you got like a hair in your food, like a bit gross, but it's not going to kill you.
So what I would call unsuitable foods are the ones that might not have the impact of death. So food also has a lot of nutritional claims. It's low in fat, it's low in sugar, it's low in whatever. These relate more to the chronic health conditions, and if you eat it, or if you eat it for a long period of time, you might develop something, but these are not going to have an immediate effect. But they're also covered by the Food Standards Code.
Kelly said if something's past its use by date or there's damaged packaging, that falls unsuitable.
Yep, quite possibly. That's an interesting one, because I would suggest that's kind of borderline. It could be either way.
But the best before is maybe unsuitable and then the use by date.
Yeah. So that's probably a good example of the difference between the two. Because again, why do we have use by or best before dates on food products?
Or you want touches.
And then if you go beyond those dates, what are we talking about? What kind of hazards?
Best before it's just quality, And if it's used by, then it's potentially dangerous from what the manufacturer knows of.
So we're talking about potential contamination or potential generally pathogen outcomes or pathogen related outcomes in those circumstances. Sometimes if it's a best before, it could be a taste or an odor issue. It's not as tasty as it would be if you ate it before that particular date, but again, it's not going to kill you.
Vikram's just put in a great definition. Well, I think it's a great definition. It's got unsuitable food may be damaged or deteriorated food that may not cause reasonable harm.
That's very good. Thanks, Vikram. We'll remember that one and we'll include it in future documents. What have I got after nutritional claims? There, chronic health contributors. Anything after that? Okay.
What about something that doesn't meet the requirements of the food standards code, like let's say meat content or something like that? That would more be unsuitable if it's not meeting the minimum requirements.
Particularly if they're also claiming to. So if you, the age-old one of, oh, this meat pie is 80% meat, and actually it's not even 50%. Then that's.
Yeah, it's not a nutritional claim, it's just a claim on the actual product itself.
That's good too. But the main question is, with all of the sampling and everything that we're doing around food monitoring and surveillance, what are we trying to prevent? This is the main health question that we as professionals need to ask all the time. What's the point of all of this?
Prevent human harm.
Human harm. Sorry, what was that, Elton?
I say to prevent ill health.
Ill health. Yep.
Prevent harm.
Yep.
Oh,
So
and
preventing
prevent
harm.
similar things.
So that's what we need to remember. And harm has a really broad definition under the Public Health Act. It could be physical, it could be mental, it could be all sorts of different things. But for our purposes, what we're going to call it is a health outcome. Generally, when we say preventing something or preventing harm, we mean preventable diseases. Like gastrointestinal disease. Number one with foods. After that, death. Yep. And then you've got all of your chronic health ones like cancers, diabetes, and heart disease. But also severe allergic reactions. There are a proportion of people who do suffer from this. So going through all of that, but now we apply it to water. What do we think are the hazards around water?
Microbial diversity.
Yep.
Science.
Chemical.
Yep. Science. Yep. What's on the board? Is it microbial pathogens? Yes, eventually. So probably the first thing you need to ask yourselves is what kind of water is it? Because there are very different standards to match up those waters against. If it's for potable use, then absolutely there are all these different guidelines that we need to be testing against. If it's recreational water, then again, very different standards. If it's wastewater, there are still standards, but they're very different to potable and to rec water or reuse water or any of those kind of different waters. So that's probably the first thing to remember is what kind of water is it? What's the purpose behind it? And then if it's unsuitable, then it's really trying to determine what the purpose of the water is and is it fit for that purpose. So know your standards, know your guidelines that you're trying to match things against, and then determine whether you're trying to work out whether it's a contamination issue or is it a quality issue or a fit for purpose issue. And then question of what are we preventing here? So it can be very different depending on the purpose of the water. So what do we think we've got on the board for this one?
same thing again, the gastro
Same,
disease.
Your dysentery and death.
Okay,
Yeah.
preventable diseases and death. Yep, number one, fantastic. What's next? Death, yep, great. Also importantly, it's not just for the human population in this particular for water as an example. Because agriculture and livestock also need water to survive, but they inadvertently end up being consumed by people. And so we need to make sure that they have the same or very similar standards that are maintained to eventually end up with human consumption. This is a very interesting one, and I'll cover this in the allergen workshop that we're doing next month, but the use of antibiotics in the agriculture and livestock industry is almost wholly responsible for antibiotic resistance that we currently have in society today. I think we've just got some people moving around. Very interesting point, that one, but again, we'll go into that in more detail for the allergens. Hi, Jenny. Welcome. Just take a seat, and I'll introduce you guys in about half an hour. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so after water sampling is obviously the next area of sampling that we could possibly do is for environmental. So what are the kinds of hazards that we're looking for?
Asbestos.
Sorry,
Asbestos.
asbestos, yes. So that'll be under the soils or building materials.
Dust, silicates and like diesel, hydrocarbons.
Yeah. So we're looking for airborne contaminations, anything that you might inhale. Yep.
Wastewater, like if, you know, like if like
Like
your
a
stream,
seal.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
like failing, and we'll go test to see if it's
Yeah.
got E. coli and stuff.
Mold, yeah. So we've got a lot of, probably again, the number one is airborne pathogens that we're looking for, because that's the preventable disease outcome. VOCs, volatile organic compounds. These are pretty important for indoor air quality and also a lot of different types of industries that use these kind of compounds in whatever they're doing. So you've got, again, there's a couple of different things to be aware of. Are you measuring this for the staff, the users, or for nearby residents? Because again, there might be very different standards for what we're looking for. Pesticide spray drift. That's used to be a fairly big one. It's kind of shifted to be not as much of an issue, or it's not as common as it used to be. But certainly for some of the regions, this is still a massive issue where they've got a lot of farmers just doing whatever they want. Asbestos materials. This is probably one of the more common sample types that the analysts are getting. And they'll tell you more about this later, but the process is fairly straightforward in terms of analysis. But just about every local government will submit samples for this particular kind of analysis. Heavy metals, and that's related more to contaminated sites or to maybe even specific areas, but that's something that might build up over a long period of time. And heavy metals is something that can either impact the agriculture industry, water sources, building materials, just about anything. So it's quite an important one to be aware of. And of course, contaminated sites, this is becoming more of an issue for a lot of different people because planning means that previously undeveloped areas which probably shouldn't ever be developed are now being developed, and you have a lot of different issues with cleanup and how are these things being done and how are they being handled. So again, sampling is not only good for finding out what's there, but it's also really good for figuring out whether things have been cleaned up or not.
Added silica dust as well.
Yep. Silica dust is probably the new asbestosis for the millennials, I guess. There's I think it's still somewhat unregulated, but I think WorkSafe are currently looking at it very carefully around the manufactured stone industry, I believe. And they are looking at setting some very stringent standards, particularly for the businesses and workers that deal with silica day in, day out. So what are we preventing with this particular category?
Silica.
Diseases, respiratory diseases, absolutely. Is that on the board, Em? Yes. So we've got a few different ones here. We've got asbestosis, silicosis. Legionella is one that has always been around and will always be around. And it's something that we're going to look at a little more heavily as well in the next 5 years or so with the change of the air handling regs. So local governments, again, will need to be aware of cooling towers and appropriate management plans for these client businesses. COPD is chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. So again, that's looking at mainly the pathogens, but also certain types of chemical compounds that could cause over a long period of time of exposure a result of COPD. So, and then you've got all the other respiratory diseases or symptoms that might just pop up. Cancers as well, on and off pneumonia, chronic pneumonia, all sorts of nasties. And then you've got on the lower end of the scale, skin diseases and symptoms that are usually resulting from either chronic or potentially very high exposures to things like molds and various types of contaminants in the air. Right, so now we'll jump back to food, and because this is probably going to be the most common type that you're going to sample and submit. How do you actually do it? So this will come down to what the food actually is. Are you sampling a solid product, or are you sampling soup or some kind of liquid? And it also depends on what you're looking for as well. If you're looking for a contaminant, if you're looking for a foreign object, if you're looking for a nutritional panel claim, what exactly are you doing? You need to know the different kind of analysis tests that are going to be relevant for what you're looking for. And this is where we always say contact the analyst that you're thinking of submitting to, so that you can talk it through with them before you actually submit, and they can give you a really good idea of, okay, so if you're thinking about a general screen for micro, this is what you need to know. This is how much we need. This is the container we need it in, and this is all the information that you need to put on the label and the form, so that when it arrives in the lab, we know exactly what to do with it. Is the product packaged already? Is it unpackaged? Is it a raw product? What is it? And this will kind of determine in like a flowchart style whether the answer is yes or no. It'll depend on how you do it. And sometimes you might need a proper jar or a solid container to submit it in. Otherwise, sometimes a bag is quite normal. Labels are really important. You can get this from me. These are the LHAAC labels with the 4 legs on it. Basically, this is just a tamper seal kind of label. Doesn't have to be this label, but this is the one that we provide. So use it, don't use it, doesn't matter. But what is important is the information on the label. So it's got to be who's submitting it, where you got it from, the dates, the temperature, and a few other bits and pieces. Legal sampling. What is this? Does anybody know what legal sampling is?
Using which one, the Food Act or the Food Standards Code? And doing microbial or doing chemical, because the Food Act doesn't account for microbial.
Did everybody get that online?
We may or may not have just discussed this. We may or may not have a question into DOH.
Because that's a really important point. But the answers will determine on which pathway you're actually trying to figure out an answer for. Are you going to prosecute or are you going to take enforcement action under the Food Act or under the code? Both. Who knows? But generally for us, for our purposes, legal sampling means triplicate samples. Right? There might be a few other bits and pieces that you need for your own purposes that your own legal advisors will tell you needs to happen, but for LHAAC purposes, that just means 3 samples. I'll go through that in a little more detail in a minute. But then the other things to be aware of is that as part of the LHAAC sampling scheme, we have 3 agreed sampling types with the analysts. The most common being discretionary samples. So this is where you as a healthy, you just go out and you decide, I'm going to get a sample from this place. You only have to get potentially 1 sample, but it needs to be of a minimum quantity depending on what kind of analysis you're going to get. Non-compliant samples, these are for your investigations, for complaints, foreign objects, various investigations. If you've got a suspicion that this product is non-compliant with standards, then you can do it under this particular code or category. And then CSP is obviously the coordinated sampling products that we run, and we'll put out information about what this means and what the instructions are to be part of that project. So just for everybody's benefit, we do have one in the pipeline at the moment. This is going to be Campylobacter detections in ready-to-eat chicken products. I'm currently working with health around finalising it, and then when it's ready, I'll put it out for everybody to participate in. And currently, we're probably hoping to get it ready for November, and then we'll either run it up until Christmas or up until the end of January, just depending on availability for certain people and for the labs as well. Thanks, Em. So legal sampling, again, for our purposes, triplicate samples. This means 1 for the business, 1 for your initial submission for testing, and then 1 for a future reference by an independent. And this remains in storage until it's required, if it's ever required. Is there a question?
No,
Not yet? Good.
I will just say, because we've had discussions, and even discussions with DOH, Breeze passed it on higher up to get an answer from Peter Gray. So when it comes to legal sampling, when you're looking at chemical, then that's not a problem to keep that reference sample in storage. If you're talking about any kind of microbial testing, it's you can't test that reference sample because it will be out of hold time. So we've got a question into DOH, what process they want us to use if we're looking at microbial contamination for Health Act sort of prosecutions.
Yeah, and the microbial ones are always going to be an issue for prosecutions.
We were looking at it more as supporting evidence for, let's say, an unsafe food prosecution, rather than because if you're prosecuting for something being non-compliant, you would be using the Food Standards Code method. But if you were looking at it as supporting evidence and you wanted that supporting evidence to be a legal sample, you can't follow this process for microbial contamination.
We have a question online about how long do we have to keep the sample? Like until, if we're planning on prosecuting, we just keep them the whole way through until the prosecution's confirmed? Yeah.
Because it needs, again, like
Longer,
it's,
say,
that kind of question, more like how long is a piece of string? Because, and it's very difficult, particularly for, depending on what you're prosecuting. But from the point of actually sampling it to putting in the prosecution brief and having it go through court proceedings and all that, that could be 6 months, that could be longer, it could be shorter, who knows. But generally, you would need it to stay in storage until you go to court. And the whole court proceedings are pretty much finalized because it might be needed as part of that process.
do we ask the business to store theirs on site, or we, for some reason, someone's told me once that we store the businesses for them, so we store 2 samples, but it makes more sense if the business has their own.
It makes more sense for the business to keep it. I mean, that's why we've got these
The other one.
2 other ones. We're keeping all of them, then that might open you up for liability issues. Who knows? But it's probably better for the business to have theirs and then they handle it however they want to do it. They can go get it independently tested. Or they can just hang on to it. But yeah, few difficulties in the process. I haven't seen it come through recently. But obviously the mechanism is there when we need it.
But we do for legal sampling. Did you mean you haven't seen legal sampling come through? What we do?
Yeah, we did legals.
Where did that like
This year.
weeks ago?
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago.
Maybe
Oh,
we
well,
picked
the
the wrong one.
reports haven't come.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's why I don't know about
Definitely did it right.
What we saw.
Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what Mandra get back.
So originally it went through to just them to Henry, and the response was to just they acknowledge it's an issue, but to continue with the legal sampling process.
Yeah.
And at the RGM last week, Bree just asked to send it through to her so she could ask Peter Gray for his final opinion on the situation.
Basically, if you have to go through this process, what we would say is 1, talk to the analyst first before you even go get samples. Although that can be sometimes difficult because you might not know that you have to do it until you're actually in the business. But you can find out, 1, once you know that you need to get legal sampling done, then you can talk to the analyst and talk to them about, this is what we need to do, what kind of samples we're looking at, minimum volumes, what's the process, how long are you going to keep it for, blah, blah, blah. That way they know what you need, you know what they need, and then give me a call as well, just so I can make sure that it all comes together. If you do have to go to prosecution, again, you can figure out with the analyst whether they need to prepare any additional material to go into the prosecution brief or not, or whether the standard report is sufficient. And generally that will be enough, but sometimes they might need to give you a little bit more.
Brian, would you suggest, even if we're not planning on going to prosecution, but maybe we're planning on issuing an infringement, that legal sampling is a better option than just doing regular sampling?
Because there is the appeal process for infringements as well. So if there's any chance of going to court or any chance of anybody else having an investigation launched about this issue, it's always better to do the full thing rather than just a little bit as well. Okay. Thank you. Again, there's a few slight differences with water sampling. The main one being there is a bit more risk involved to the EHO in taking the samples. So we really don't want you to fall in. We don't want you to succumb to whatever the risk is that you're actually trying to monitor. So just be very aware of what you're doing. You need a second pair of hands, although that's not always possible in the regions, but where you can, a second pair of hands is always good, just to watch and to assist where you might need it. Again, what kind of water are you sampling? Because it's very different between potable water, rec water, wastewater. You know, you don't want to like fall into a septic tank. So, talk to the analysts before you send any of these kind of things. If it's not what you're used to doing and you need to do something new, absolutely, because then you can actually get the right containers for what you need. Be aware that with water sampling, there is some slight differences as well. You might need to get a treated container. You might need to use an untreated container. You might need to be in a certain color container. You might have to be clear. Again, this is what the analysts are there for. Talk to them, find out what we need. Labels are really important. I probably should have mentioned food as well. If you're trying to do analysis against the nutritional panel, don't put the LHAAC sticky label over the nutritional panel or over any of the claims that are made on the actual product. Try to get it on like a clear part or the pretty picture of the logo of the product. And use 3 categories for depending on what it is. Is it discretionary? Is it not compliant? Or is it a CSP? And there's lots of different things that you can sample with. There's lots of different methods that you can use to sample. You're not actually sampling the product itself and submitting that for analysis. You can take swabs. You can use various types of monitors and meters. You can do environmental plate counts. You can do direct soil samples. You might have to submit for asbestos actual building materials. So again, just make sure that whatever you're sampling is in the right kind of container or wrapping or sealing. These are all things that you need to know. And then, of course, do you need PPE when you're doing the sampling? Generally not when you're taking a food sample, but you might need it if you're going onto a building site that's riddled with asbestos. Or you might need to have somebody else do it for you. Lots of different things to be aware of. This is the sample submission form for the LHAAC sampling scheme. This you can download from our website, or if you can't find it or it doesn't work, email me and I will be able to send it to you. We also have hard copy books that I'm desperately trying to get rid of because I want to not have these in the future. But all the information there is what you will need to collect when you're taking the sample. Your details will go at the top in terms of the LGA. Sorry, your details specifically will be at the bottom, but it's the business that goes at the top with the local government that it's from. The lab details or which lab sending to is on the right, and then all of the main information about the sample go in the main bit. What is it? Your sample numbering system, whatever that looks like. What type of sample is it? And what kind of analysis you require. When you talk to the analysts, there might be specific codes that you have to use. So again, they'll walk you through this, and we are also developing quick reference guides, which will be on the LHAAC website as well, where you can have a very quick look through these. So if you need to do a nutritional panel suite, then that'll be on the guide as to, you put this code on the submission form, and that means that you're asking for X, Y, Z. This is the time it takes. This is what it means if you're requesting that. And then obviously all the details down the bottom for you, and then this gets sent in with the sample.
Question.
Yeah.
Should we also be using the lab's own chain of custody forms, or is that okay, just using that form?
Generally, it's okay using this, and sometimes the labs will provide a chain of custody form that they will transcribe details onto. But where the difference is the labs will need their chain of custody form submitted if you're submitting samples that are not going to be part of the LHAAC scheme, if that makes sense. So if you're asking for something that is not covered under our contract, you'll need to use their forms rather than ours. But eventually what I want to get to is the point where any analysis is covered by the LHAAC scheme.
Another question about the form. Who should be the witness? Someone who's watched the sample collection or someone who's there to watch the sample drop-off?
Generally, it's somebody from the local government who has either witnessed the collection of a sample. Although that can be difficult sometimes, particularly if you're a sole operator. So sometimes that might be somebody at the business who witnesses you taking the sample.
I've accidentally had the lab witness be dropping it off before.
Well, that goes in the grey bit
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Down the
that's what I'm thinking.
where they go, yes, we've received it, and it's all good. Yeah.
Assuming that's less important if you're doing just a discretionary sample, it would probably only be if you're doing a legal one.
Yeah.
It's not discretionary.
Yeah, exactly. But again, it's a formality that we just want to get people used to doing. Yeah.
And if Brian, say we do discretionary sampling, we go to 5 different businesses.
Yep.
Can we have a fresh page for each different, so that like for each business, and then we've got the vendor at the top? That's
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's generally 1 page per business. I've seen a few that are like 1 page per sample. And while that's okay, we want to try and get away from using too much paper. So yeah, 1 page per business. No questions? Okay. So just a real quick word about cold chain. You guys know what that is? Yes, no. So cold chain is basically the process of keeping things at temperature, if they need to be, so that you can maintain that consistent temperature from the point of production to the point of consumption or whatever you need it to be. So again, you need to know about this, because if what you're sampling needs to be at temperature control from you collecting it, you need to know what that temperature range is and how to keep it consistent till it reaches the lab. And from there, it's the lab's responsibility to continue that as they need to. So you can have, I need some props, please.
Oh, sorry.
You can have refrigerated cold chain where the temperature is generally between 1 to 4, sometimes 5, but 4 is generally what it is. Or you can have frozen, which is below 0. Generally, it's about -18 to 0. There are specific bits of equipment that you might need depending on what temperature you need to achieve. But very basically, it's the uninterrupted sequence of production, storage, and transport of whatever the product is. The equipment that you might need is as simple as Eskies, temp loggers, and ice bricks. There are some kinds of chemical thermocontrolling additives that you can put in there. But if you're thinking about cost, iceberg's the way to go. And there are some, not that you would need to do it very often, but there are some SDs and icebergs that are rated for -80 transport, basically. The kinds of products that you'd be sending like this are generally the perishables or very temperature sensitive products. Necessarily need to do this all the time, but again, talking to the analysts will be able to reveal what kinds of products and the best way to transport them will be, so that they get them as they need them to be able to do the analysis. Right. Now that goes through the animal samples. Question?
I have a question back on the form for the last page. Back to that, sorry, right?
Yeah.
The question is from Kelly. She says that she's the sole EHO, doesn't have another staff member to sign on the form. And if the food business doesn't agree to sign, then she can't get a witness. And the lab's still going to accept the sample, right? They're not going to say, oh, you don't have a witness, we can't test it.
Yeah. Yeah, that will be fine. But it could be anybody at the council, Kelly. Doesn't have to be another EHO, it can be your front counter person. Really. Just as long as they're not some random that you pull off the street. So yeah, just to recap before we move on to Agrifood, know your risks, your hazards, your harms, and the difference between all of them. Do your danger assessment as well for when you're taking the samples. Indicate what category of sample it falls into so that I can allocate it properly when it comes to funding and all of that. Choose suitable samples depending on what you're trying to figure out, what you're monitoring for. Talk to the labs. They're the experts. That's what they're there for. They know exactly what they need to do, and they'll be able to tell you exactly what you need to do. Use the right containers, use the submission form. If you have any questions at all, ask me, ask the experts. And contact details for me, if anybody doesn't know them, they're down there. Thank you. Any questions before we move on? Anything online?
Not yet, but we maybe need to give them a second, I think.
Okay, great. Well, let's have just a couple of minutes. You guys can get a drink. And we'll switch over.
Sorry for my delay. Yeah.
Yeah, we ordered. That's what I was like.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
How's the dinner? Where'd you get dinner? That's very good.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I hope I'm happy with you.
It's like,
Five minutes time.
yeah, another one. Yes, yes. I want to try.
It's something that people need.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't remember. I just have to say
I cancelled.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I got home and I was like, let's go.
It's bad. It'll be sad if you let.
I don't want to. Books in police station.
Yeah, then I don't
The
know.
admin, and then now she's here. Well, she like.
All right, we good? Excellent. So we're mostly back in this room, and hopefully everyone online is back and have a performance in front of me. We're going to keep going, and so we'll introduce Robert Brantino from Agrifood. Very kindly come over from Victoria specifically for us, which is very nice, thank you. And Jenny Halls, who a lot of you would have dealt with, submitting samples to Agrifood. I will let them take over from now, and if you have any questions at all, I'll be monitoring the chat. So I'll again put your hand up and we'll see what we can work out. Otherwise, type it into the chat, your questions, and then we'll address it when we can. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, as Ryan said, so my name's Robert Brantino. So I'm the National Lab Operations Manager for Agrifood. So yeah, we just come across to obviously give Jenny a hand and sort of talk a bit more about, I guess, what we do more overall as a business. So and purpose of me coming is just to, I guess, highlight the other areas of our business and how we assist WA in sort of various aspects, because we don't do everything all in one site, and I think many labs are the same. So yeah, it's just more of a, I guess, information about what all we do and why we do certain things certain ways, and there'll be a fair bit of crossover with Ryan, what Ryan just presented as well, which I noticed. So
Sorry, we're just testing that. Oh, now it's working. That's me. Okay, it is working now. Sorry, you could control it. You got there. That one.
So just an overview of the business, I guess. So just an overview of Agrifood as a whole. So we've been in business for over 35 years, based in Melbourne. So the start of our business was virtually as a quality control lab for the old Australian Wheat Board, which used to exist, and primarily doing a lot of wheat quality testing for the export market. So that's how we started. So since then, so in 2008, we were once I'd taken and virtually disbanded. Agrifood was sold off, and from that point, we became an independent testing business, and were purchased by WTA, which we're still owned by today. So in that time, we basically had a mandate in place that we wanted to expand our capability and supply testing for the whole food chain as best we could. So, and the purpose of that was, at that time, we were doing 80% of our business was for the wheat industry alone. And the way things were going at that time, there was a fair chance we probably would have been out of business in the next couple of years. So we went on a fairly big expansion program. We invested a lot of money and people, and we said, right, well, if we're going to do testing for the food industry, wider food industry, so and a little bit about that, I guess, the way we went about that. So we went about building strong relationships with many food manufacturers, a lot of the horticultural industry as well. Had to provide a high level of customer service, because at the end of the day, we're in the customer service business. So we have to make sure that what we're doing, and as Ryan said, a lot of what we do is, talking to customers about what testing we can do, what we can help you, and those sorts of things. And accuracy and reliability of results, well, that's a given for a lab. We have to make sure that what we're putting out is, hand on our heart, say, yep, this is absolutely 100% correct. Yes, mistakes get made, absolutely they do. But that's, we've got to make sure that that's minimal. We've got to understand the reasons why, and we've got to fix it, make sure it doesn't happen again. So, particularly when, dealing with so many, humans, as obviously we all make mistakes, and put your hand up, we make plenty. So we've just got to make sure we learn from them. But that's got to be the cornerstone of what we do. So we've now expanded. So I guess if we'll go back to 2008, we probably had about 18 staff at one site. We've now got over 60 trained technical sort of admin and client services across 4 locations. So two locations in Victoria, here in Bibra Lake, and also Maruka in Queensland as well. So that's how we've sort of basically had to expand to compete. So, but as I said, our main focus and the way we try and differentiate ourselves as a business is by providing that higher level of customer service that we can sort of talk to our customers and aid and assist what they do. So it's a big focus of ours as a business. So areas of service, so we've sort of started at the top there, commodity traders. So that's where basically all of our wheat industry work sort of is. And as I said, 15 years ago, that was probably 8% of our business. Now it's probably 25% of our business. So still still a fair bit, but we've had to obviously diversify into those other areas. So a lot of work for supermarkets. We did a lot of work for Coles. We used to do a lot of work for Aldi, not so much anymore. Food distributors, so manufacturers, traders, horticulture in the markets and things like that. Imported foods, so we're a registered lab for the imported foods testing program as well. So anything that comes in the country, there's regulations in place on what they test and how often and sort of risk categories and all that sort of thing, but we're an approved lab to do that sort of testing as well. As I mentioned, the horticulture industry, so we do a lot of pesticide residues, heavy metals, micro testing on a lot of fruit and veg, and a lot of that is done here in WA as well through our Bibra Lake lab. And yeah, pesticides go to Melbourne. So and local council, so you guys up there, obviously a lot of testing here in WA and also in Victoria as well. So yeah, so that's sort of a snapshot of everyone we service.
Oh, there you go.
So I guess so there's a fair bit of information on there, but the business here in WA, so from our perspective, Agrifood took that over in 2010. It was 2010. And it was previously Imminent Farrell. So, and they had a very long association providing testing to LHAAC. So, and that business sort of, and I guess the way that how Agrifood came into that was, I guess Glenn Farrell, part owner of the previous business, he did a lot of work with us in Melbourne. So he would send a lot of samples to us that he couldn't do himself. And that relationship built, and then I guess the time came that Glenn decided, he had enough, and so it sort of became an opportunity for us to purchase that business and sort of grow in the Agrifood WA and grow that business. So that's how it's generated. So and at that time, all the staff came across, all the testing, a lot of the equipment, all of that sort of thing. So we basically took it all, put it in our lab, same people, everything, away we went. So that was sort of 13 years ago. So people have moved on and whatnot, but Jenny was involved from the start, I guess, from the Agrifood side of things, and there's been a massive support for a lot of you guys. I know a lot of testing and things like that. So as I said, we maintained all of that testing capability. But it also provided us an opportunity to expand what we do in WA as well. So what Imminent Farrell did, let's keep that, but let's make that a bit bigger. And what else can we do to service the local industry in WA? And I think if we go back, at that time, it's probably grown by 4 or 5-fold in terms of a business in general, to be able to provide other services. So. And a lot of what we do now, so obviously grain, processed food, animal feed. Animal feed testing is really on the increase as well. There's a lot more science going into animal feed and production and things like that. So sort of that test is really ramping up, and horticultural industries as well. So just a lot of fruit and veg, mainly there. So the focus, technical solutions, analytical support. Customer service, we do a lot of, we have a big admin team, not only here in WA, but supported a lot through Victoria as well on certain things. But, we do a lot of sample collection, sample pickups, those sorts of things that, customers start to demand as well. So, and what Ryan was talking about earlier in terms of your, temperature control and all of those sorts of things, if we can eliminate some of that from the customer side of things, it's critical, particularly for micro testing. So, so we have to provide competitive pricing. It's a competitive industry, lab industry. So, there's a lot going on, and we have to make sure we're in tune with the market and what we're doing. And price is critical for everyone. We all know cost pressures and everything like that. that everyone experiences, and we're no different. So we've got to make sure that we provide competitive pricing, but also we've got to look at our costs and making sure we're still, still able to maintain a business at the end of the day as well. So, so sample traceability is obviously, again, it's critical for any lab, and we've got a loop system, which I'll talk a little bit about shortly, which underpins all of that. NATA accreditation. So we've got a lot of our tests are NATA accredited. So that's from a lab perspective, NATA is basically the highest level of accreditation or the main accreditation body that we look to. And we're always looking to expand on that accreditation when we can. So the way NATA works, they accredit per test. So we have to submit validation data for every test before we can become NATA accredited. So yeah. So sometimes yes, we're a NATA accredited lab, but are you accredited for that test? So there's a lot of it can become a marketing tool at times. All labs do it. Yep, we're NATA accredited, but sometimes you can ask the right questions as well. So. So sample processing. So as I said, we've got a system called LIMS, which underpins basically everything we do in the lab. So starts from the registration of samples. So as you said, your forms come in to us. So we'll register those samples in our system. So it gets registered. It'll be assigned a unique Agrifood number with a barcode, and we track that sample all the way through the lab. And basically, whatever's on your request form, that testing gets assigned to that sample. The analysts in the lab know what testing they've got to do, so what batches they've got to run and things like that. So that helps them. Reporting. So we do all our reports through this computer system as well. Basically, once all the results are ready. Invoicing all goes through. Storage. We can track sample storage through here as well. Basically, we'll scan it into a location. Gets stored there for a certain amount of time, and then when once samples are discarded, bang, we scan it, scans out. So if someone comes back to us, 3-6 months time and says, "Oh, can you still have this sample? Can you do a retest for us?" We'll know where it is. Sorry, we discarded it. Yep, we know exactly where it is. We can get it out of storage. How relevant is it after that period of time? Just depends on the testing. So, and as I guess you already mentioned a little bit about, your legal samples and how, appropriate storage and things like that. So, I guess for chemistry testing, it's probably not, it doesn't matter too much because we basically, once we freeze it, those sort of properties generally should stay intact. But as I heard before as well, micro is a difficult one. With if you freeze a sample that's got a high micro count, for example, retest it out after it's been frozen, it's going to be remarkably different. And there's a fair chance a lot of those bugs have been frozen, they've died, and can't regrow, that sort of thing. So that does become a typical one with micro testing. So.
We've got a comment from Vikram. Sorry. Vikram, can you hear us? Can you chat? What testing is available for determinations of food adulteration? For example, to determine if there is any milk mixed in beef burger patty.
Yep. Yeah, we can do that. So we so it's a meat species testing is what that's called. So we can do that testing. So we've excuse me. It's currently done in Melbourne, and the reason for that is basically the type of testing that it is was an ELISA-based test method, which a lot of it was done over there. We've recently that testing's become unavailable. So what we've recently worked with another company to develop that using a PCR, which is basically DNA testing. And we've just started rolling that out in Melbourne because we've done a lot of the R&D work over there. So so we'll continue to do that for a while. So basically, short answer, yes, it can be done. but that landscape is changing. So now that we, under the previous method, it was anything more than 1% of pork in your beef bins would come up as a positive. So it's less than 1%, you wouldn't be able to detect it. Now that we're changing to a PCR technique, we're finding a lot of it's trace levels because you're testing down DNA level. A lot of trace level detections on pork in beef or chicken in beef, things like that. So, and that could be twofold. Obviously, cleaning in facilities, things like that. The casing of the particularly sausages and things like that. Pick up the casing. Some of the flavourings, so a lot of them, let's say if you've got a chicken and feta sausage, you do a species test on that, it's going to pick up chicken, but it's going to pick up beef as well because it's coming out of the cheese. So there's, even though it's only going to be a small amount, so they're little things you've got to think about as well sometimes. You've got a chicken sausage, but it's in the lamb, got a casing, it's going to pick up the lamb as well. So, and some of the work we're doing is what is the best way to test it? Do we cut the skin away? So we take that aspect out of it. So we're testing only the meat. That's in sausages, but burgers don't need to do that. So
Is that new test giving a presence absence or is it giving an actual percentage?
presence absence, yeah. That was one of my questions actually. Can we get a percentage? Because that's a common question that does come up. Or what percentage of pork am I getting in that beef? It is something hopefully that the manufacturers can come up with. So yeah, just finish on that slide, I guess. So we've got a lot of custom designed interfaces that we've done for LHAAC with a lot of work that Jenny does. We also have an online customer portal as well that anyone can go in and we have to set you up, but go in and access your results, and you can see that online through the web anywhere, anytime. So like I said, capability, and this is, I guess, right across the board. So a lot of pesticide residue analysis, like fruit and veg, grains, they're the main ones we do it on, but we can also do soil, water, and a few other things, just depending on what the requirements are. Heavy metals, Brian talked about that before as well. Heavy metal analysis, a lot of it's common in fruit and veg because there's obviously limits around particularly lead, fruit and veg. So the supermarkets have a lot of those requirements, so we can do a lot of that. Micro testing, so obviously micro testing we do across all of our three divisions or three states. And that's critical. Obviously, micro testing, you don't want to be shipping micro samples across states, temperature control. You want to test it within 24 hours most of the time, particularly water and swabs. You want to be able to have a lot more control over it. Shipping these sorts of things across states is not ideal. So we're trying to make that as much as we can. Mycotoxins. So mycotoxin analysis generally it's generally a grain test, and we found a lot of that, I guess, over the preceding sort of 10 months, I guess, because the last harvest season was very wet. So there was a lot of mycotoxins in grains, which has flowed through into flour and a lot of things like that. So a lot of it's gone into animal feed. So there has been a lot of, I guess, mycotoxins. It's generally done as a QC test, no mycos in it. Obviously, this year there's mycos in it. So a lot of people haven't seen it before. Oh my God, what do I do? So there was a lot of that has gone on this year because of the wet rain season we had. Allergen testing. So allergens is a really emerging area. So there's a lot of obviously allergen work that we do. Again, a lot of it's done in Melbourne, and we're always looking at see if we can roll that out across our other sites as well. Because that's something that a lot of it goes hand in hand with micro testing as well. Similar sort of handling and techniques that are involved. So we want to see if we can expand that across all our sites if we can. Nutritional profiling. So as you said, like your label checks, energy, protein, fat, moisture, sugars, saturated fat, all that sort of stuff. Food complaints, so as we talked about there before, foreign objects. So we've got a lot of our registered public analysts at the moment in Victoria, but our that I guess accreditation does transfer across other states as well. So yeah, with a few staff changes we've had here in WA, we just make sure at this stage, until we get some more people up to speed from that perspective, that the Victorian operation supports that as much as we can. So that's the reason we've got that up there. And as I said, important things. So, and that's across all labs. So I think I saw some yesterday. We had a massive bag of chili come in that was picked up from the airport. Obviously, it's coming in the container. It's been collected. So we actually tested that for salmonella. And that's a common test for those sorts of dried chilies. Like that. So a lot of the testing for that imported food had a lot of, I guess, debate, heated discussions with customers around particularly seafood. So the demands that the imported food testing scheme put on seafood is quite high. And a lot of the time the testing comments that I've received is that the testing is worth more than the actual shipment. So I think that's how much a shipment costs, but seafood testing can get up to sort of $1,000, sometimes even more. Whereas the chili testing we looked at yesterday is probably $100, $200. So it just varies depending on the testing required. Okay. Common requests, I guess, as Ryan mentioned before, these are a lot of the questions we get. Asbestos, we don't do in-house. Environmental tests for food labs, but we still provide a lot of support where we can, particularly with that test. Jenny's done a lot of work with arranging outsourcing arrangements with other labs to get that sort of work done. And we have a pretty good setup, which is good. Something do we look at further down the track, maybe, whether we bring that in-house. But obviously, we're completely sort of different field for us as a food lab, but yeah, we're open to it. So meat content. Do a lot of meat content testing, I guess, in pies, sausages, small goods. Obviously, a lot of it, particularly meat pies, got to meet a certain, as per the Food Standards Code, certain content of meat in that pie. So we can do a lot of that testing. Sausages as well, it's commonly asked for. Sulfur dioxide is obviously preservative in a lot of sausages, so we'll do that onto those sorts of levels as well. Water. Couple of question marks there. Sort of could be micro testing, it could be sort of chemical testing. We do a lot of, got a lot of potability sort of test lists set up that we do, which is a broad range of tests. So micro testing on food. So I've just sort of listed there the common tests that we get asked for. So bacillus, CP stat, which is always positive staphylococci, can also be known as Staph aureus. It's probably the most common one. Most common. E. coli, coliforms, obviously Listeria, both species and mono. So obviously Listeria monocytogenes is the pathogenic strain. So we do that, but we also just do species as well, Salmonella, and your total plate count, which is a broad count. The total plate count's more, I guess, a spoilage indicator. So where we get a lot of the comments like food, this food's off, might smell. So you go through this range of tests, like your plate count might be in the millions, but you've got no salmonella, you've got no listeria, no E. coli. Chances are it's spoiled, but it's not going to. It still could make you sick, so it's not going to make you sick, but there's no pathogens in it, so it's likely, yep, it's been spoiled, it's temperature abuse or whatever, but it's, theoretically it shouldn't cause your illness, for example. But strange things happen. So food complaints, as we said, a lot of it centers around food poisoning. I've been poisoned. What can I test it, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of those sorts of requests that come through. A lot of phone calls. You get a lot of phone calls a lot of the time, just people ringing up and or not you guys, but just more of the public, you know, you get some weird and wonderful questions from the public. Around, oh, I've been poisoned, my neighbour's tried to poison me, or I bought this, you know, kebab last night and I've eaten it this morning, it's made me sick. Bench, and you've left it on the bench all night, and yeah, anything, so.
Sorry, we've got a comment from Phoebe. Can TPC be an indicator for lack of effective cleaning?
Yes, yeah. TPC, TPC is your general sort of go-to as a, like you said, cleanliness, spoilage, and depending on the processing of that product as well, is it a ready-to-eat meal, raw products, all that sort of thing. But, it certainly can be. Coliforms and Enterobacteriaceae are also clean. Sort of organisms to test if you trying to assess cleaning as well, because they're mainly coliform. So E. coli, I guess, is the pathogenic form of coliforms, but coliforms are everywhere. They're in our hands, it's all over the place. So yeah, that's also a good measure of effective cleaning at coliform levels as well. As I said, allergens are obviously on the increase as well. There's a lot of LHAAC samples for allergens that come through as well. A lot of that is increasing as well, anaphylactic reactions and all sorts of things. So that's certainly an emerging area and one that we always looking to sort of improve our technology on as well. A lot of it's kit based. So when I say kit based, it's it's sort of can be open to, can be costly, time consuming, and that sort of thing. What we'd like to do, I guess ideally, and it's a challenge for us, is look at can we do allergens from an instrumentation perspective and scan all of them at once. That's a nice sort of wish list that I've got. Our R&D guys do it, I guess. It's a question. As I said, label checks as well. Health claims are on labels, and as Ryan mentioned before about making sure you don't stick over those labels. So a lot of common ones, low in cholesterol, high in fibre, low fat, low salt, those sorts of things. So test all of that, but also the legality of your label as well. So it doesn't meet the Food Standards Code, doesn't have all those parameters that the Food Standards Code states. Ingredient listings, dates, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, go through that process as well. Pretty quick. So Ryan touched on this a lot before as well. So the sampling requirements and sample size. So a few points there around sample size is, I guess, getting a sample size that's going to be homogeneous enough for what you're doing. So an example, last couple of weeks ago, this is one that happened in Melbourne, that had an anaphylactic reaction on coconut roll. Someone ate it, has a milk allergy. We got 6.8 grams of sample. So I said, I can probably squeeze one test out of that. I just can't do any more. So that's all that the complainant, I guess, provided to the council at the time. So, fall back from that was we tried to get another sample for 5 months and we retested another batch, but it's probably a little bit meaningless in the end. But so sample size becomes critical. Is it homogeneous enough? Is it representative enough? So they're the sorts of questions. And at the time, I guess, like a ready-to-eat meal, one of those should be enough. Just really, and a lot of that will come down to, at the time, what you're sampling, what you're looking for, and maybe what tests you need. Do we need to do a full, micro testing? So you might need probably 500 grams to do all your E. coli, salmonella, listeria, all of that. Do you need allergens as well? Then that increases it. So that it's like I said, again, like a piece of string, so it really comes down to what we're going to test for at the time. That's where that, I guess, that communication comes into it, what we do. So and retest as well. Like I said, we store samples for 6 months, 12, 3. Yeah, standard sort of 3 months. Yeah, so we can go back and do that. So generally, we like to have enough sample to store in case of a retest. And from a food manufacturer's point of view, the easiest thing to do is say, oh, the lab got it wrong. So we always want to be able to back that up and go, yeah, we'll retest it for no problem. We're happy to do that. So, yeah, so we always want to make sure we've got enough for a retest. If we don't, so generally then we'll contact clients and we'll say, hey, look, this is barely enough to do the testing. Do you want to send a small sample? If they say, oh, no, that's all I've got, we'll say, yeah, no worries, we can do it, but yeah, just in case you want to retest, we can't. So we're going to put it all up. So packaging. So yeah, ideally in original packaging is ideal scenario, because particularly, I guess, if you want to look at it from a food complaint point of view as well, assess the packaging, any sort of seals or signs of tampering, or is there puncture marks in the packaging, things like that. So, ideally you want to be able to do that. Sometimes you can't. The context of your sample as well. So sometimes with foreign objects is a common one, I guess. And we do a lot of this testing for private companies as well. And they're probably a little bit less educated than you guys from the requirements perspective. But sometimes I'll say, like, I'll get a slice of pizza and I found a cockroach in it. Okay, and I'll send you the cockroach in a little bag. I can't really tell you where that's come from. Like, yeah, was it on the pizza? I don't know. So, but then others are, a bit more in tune, and they'll send you the actual, using pizza as an example, but I'll send you the pizza and they'll say there's complaints of insects in this. So then you can actually pick through that, go, okay, can you find it? And there's, yeah, absolutely cases where you find a cockroach in the pizza. How did it get there? There are always questions. How did it get there? All of these sorts of things. And there's things that we look for, just with sort of depends on that sort of complaint. If it's a plastic, we'll sort of try and burn the plastic, and we've got a sort of a flow chart we follow to try and determine what type of plastic it is, and that can help sort of where possibly that has come from. Insects, are they cooked into the product? Have they landed on the product afterwards? Again, if it's cooked into the product, use like a pizza, use that. It's an easy one. Is the cheese melted through it? Is the insect hard? Can you pull it apart easily? They're all sort of signs that it's baked in. Or if has it landed on there, has a fly landed on your slice of pizza after it was cooked? Or, you look at that and go, okay, this sort of tears away pretty easily, or it's a bit hard to tear away. Yeah, sort of little things. Yeah, look, we try and put as much science into it as we can. Sometimes you've got to make some assumptions as well. So containers, containers to use, obviously for micro testing, particularly sterile containers are the best, because I guess if there is any contamination in that food product, you're not going to get any more from the container. So that's always why we want it in a sterile container where we can. And yeah, like Ryan said, bags are okay to use. Generally, your snap lock, sandwich type bags, they're pretty good. So, and I guess the other thing where you talk about your, I was talking about the label, your sort of your LHAAC label, tamper-proof label, or things like that. If you're concerned about, I guess, like I said, not putting, if it's a small package and you don't want to, cover all what's on that package, another good way to do it is to put that sample in a snap lock bag and then seal the snap lock bag with your sticker as well. So that best preserves the sample, so you can assess what's on the sample, but also meet your other requirements in terms of your tamper-proof seals and things like that. Micro water bottles and chem versus chem water bottles. So we we have both. So a micro water bottle will be like you probably the ones you receive, like your 500 ml sort of white lid, looks like a Franklin drink bottle basically. They're for micro testing. So and the purpose of them, they're treated with sodium thiosulfate. So what that does is particularly, and it neutralises any chlorine that's in there, particularly water samples. So if you're testing water or something like that, it will neutralise any chlorine that's in there, so you can actually test. The chlorine's there to kill the bugs, obviously. This will neutralise the chlorine to see, obviously, is there anything going to grow in that water, that sort of that. So, chemistry water bottles. So that's if you're going to test for your water quality testing. So you're doing a lot of heavy metal testing in that. Those micro bottles are treated with some of the stuff. So your alkalinity, sort of other things. I can't quite remember off the top of my head, but if you use a micro bottle for chemistry testing, the results are going to go through. So try to make sure. Ask that question: what are you going to use the water for? What testing? What will determine what bottle you use? So, some questions there.
Two questions from Kelly online. Are the weights and measures Agrifood need available in a document on the website? And the answer, I think, is they will be to a point.
Yeah, on site.
Jenny.
Yeah. I'm in the process of putting them all onto your quick reference guide. I'll have that done shortly.
Second one is, can we order sampling supplies from Agrifood?
Supply, so I guess you're talking about things like swabs and water bottles and things like that. So with swabs, I guess it's a couple of things to think about. Generally, you use swabs for micro testing, but a lot of swabs are now used for allergen testing as well. So if you're going to use swabs for allergen testing, it's really, make sure you speak to the lab first, because a lot of the gels that those swabs sort of come in are contain gluten and soy and milk powder and things like that. So it's really critical that you use a dry swab that's got no gels or anything, because it's a fair chance you're going to pick up allergens from what's already in that swab solution. So as I spoke about before, so capability and specialising between labs. So why do we do stuff here in WA, but we do more in Melbourne, vice versa? Why do we do some tests in Melbourne that we don't do here in Queensland, all that sort of thing? Generally, it's a lot of that specialisation type of testing. So here in WA, we do a lot of water testing. We don't do so much in Melbourne, particularly for water quality in terms of a lot of chemistry-based testing. That expertise is here, so if we get any samples, we'll send it over here. It's not micro testing. A lot of the tests up there, sulfur dioxides, pesticides. So a lot of it as well comes down to, like I said, their economies of scale. In WA, we do a lot of sulfur dioxide testing. We don't do so much in Melbourne or Queensland. So if we get those, the cost of setting that test up for how many tests we get, will be, well, probably not worth it for that section. The amount of tests you get, send it to WA. And similar sort of things. So pesticides the same. I mean, to set up a pesticide lab, you're talking in the millions of dollars, and that cost is increasing just because of technology that's used and that sort of thing. So the amount of pesticide samples we get, is it worth setting up in WA? At right now, today, probably not. In the future, is it going to be? Like if we get to a stage where we're shipping across so many samples for pesticides, let's look at maybe setting it up here. Like I said, as it stands today, probably not. But we work really hard with our courier companies and things like that to get samples across the country overnight, and try and maintain turnaround times as well. So, and that's why at this stage we sort of use that specialisation. So Allergens, like I said before, it's really emerging. We're doing a lot of R&D work in Melbourne. So at the moment, that's where that testing is. We would like to, I think that's the next area we'll look at rolling that out across other sites as well. So WA, Queensland. Micro testing, as I said, we do that everywhere. So we have to, it's a no-brainer because your sampling, your temperature control, all that sort of thing. Shipping it across the country just doesn't work. So we do that obviously in WA and nutritional as well. So a lot of the nutritional testing was part of what we brought over from Inman and Farrell as well. So sort of maintained, and we've expanded on that. So we shortly will be able to do the full panel here. At the moment, the dietary fibre component we send to Melbourne, but we've actually just purchased equipment to do that here in WA. So we're going to invest in that. That all can be done locally as well. So we're always looking at those sorts of options, what we can do. Turnaround times. So a lot of it can be test dependent. So we generally, as a business, we want to focus on having everything done within 10 days where we can, shorter where needed, and obviously the micro tests at incubation time. So Listeria, Salmonella, we can do in 24 hours because that's what the technology allows us to do. Yeast and mold, that's a 7-day incubation. So not much you can do about that. You can't do much quicker than that. Your TPC is 3 days, and most of your other micro tests are generally a 2-day incubation. So that's all pretty quick. So that's all. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of it will be test dependent. How urgent is it? Can we push it up the queue? Those sorts of things. I mean, a lot of it in chemistry testing, whether you're doing 1 sample or you're doing 20 samples, you've still got to do the same amount of QC standards, that sort of thing. So as a lab, our preference is to do as many in one go as we can. So if you need it urgently, we've only got 1 sample. Yep, we can do that. Might cost you a little bit more because we've still got to do all this extra work. But ideally, if you can wait 5 days, we get more samples to run at the same time. It sort of makes sense for us as a lab, helps us keep costs down and all that sort of thing. So still got to think about those business sides of things, even though we're still talking about obviously producing good results. So there's some of the reasons why those times can vary. So just some other services, like I said, so we do a lot of test lists. So depending on certain customer requirements, so a certain customer might come to us and say, well, I need this suite of tests and I need it, all my samples all the time, to try and stop sort of errors in registration, things like that. We'll go, we'll set up a test list for you. It's going to cost you X amount of money. And basically we'll give you a test code every time you send that sample, and that's all you need to do. So yeah, certain things we do that with. As I said, urgent turnaround times, the samples, we understand, we've got a lot of arrangements with certain customers, like we've got, one that's 48 hours for a stick, I think. Yeah, so that's, and that's export dependent. So they might have a boat waiting on the wharf to ship, to export this stuff or to ship it off, and they need results now. They can't wait 7 days, 10 days. They need within 48 hours. We're going to charge them $500 for a $50 test. Well, they're not going to really care because that, if they're going to wait 10 days, that's $20,000 a day for a boat sitting on the wharf. They're not going to care whether we charge them $500. But I mean, we're not going to do that. But obviously, those sorts of things come into consideration as well. And like we spoke about, sample bags, swabs, plates, all those sort of consumables we can certainly help with. And dedicated account manager as well. So as I said, Jenny's done a lot of work with LHAAC over the journey since it started. So so that's sort of continued as well. So Jenny's really well versed in obviously all your requirements and what's needed and things like that. So that's it. Yeah, so that's about it. So happy to take any other questions if you've got any. Or
Nothing online yet, but absolutely. If any of you guys have any questions, please, now is the time for Agrifood.
Do you guys do environmental molds, like in the corner of a food business, that sort of thing, not necessarily foods?
Can do, yeah. So we there is a lab that we We do a lot of work with where we can identify the mold, or they identify the mold for us. So they specialise in that. So what we do is probably swab it, sample it, grow the mold. It's a lot more costly than just your normal yeast and mold, because that's probably cost $15. But the amount of work involved in sort of you've got to isolate the colonies, then you've got to purify them, send them off. So it ends up being a few $100, but yes, it can be done.
That at Eastern States Lab or?
At this stage, yeah, they're the only ones we've sort of been able to find that can do that. But once it's isolated on a plate, it's generally transport.
We've had a situation where we've sent a sample off for micro testing.
Yep.
And we've gotten back results like a presumptive positive.
Yes.
I think it was for Listeria and Salmonella, but then we've got our final results where it was negative.
Yep.
Like, how can that?
So with those sorts of tests, so Listeria is a really common one because there's a lot of other. So when we're doing sort of it's a protein sort of based extraction. So a lot of microbes will behave in the same way and have similar traits. So if you're testing it at sort of and even if we're doing by PCR, their DNAs are similar. So it'll come up as presumptive positive. So the initial test is like a screening test. So we'll say, yeah, it's negative, or oh, hang on, this looks a bit funny. So that's where your presumptive positive will come out. Then you go on to do what selective testing to look for Listeria mono or Listeria species or Salmonella. And then there's sort of basically a flow chart we go through that Salmonella will grow on certain types of media, nutrients and things like that, whereas some other bugs won't. So it'll get to a point where it goes the whole way through. So like, I'll use Listeria mono because that's an easy one. So it'll grow on a plate. If we get no growth on that plate, well, your presumptive was due to some other type of bacteria. We get growth on the plate, yes, it is a Listeria. What type of Listeria? Then again, you'll take that, put it on another selective plate. So Listeria mono will only grow on a certain type of media as well. And then one way to the microbiologists look at that is say, Listeria mono will have a halo around the colony, so they know they'll go, yeah, this is going to come up as mono. So there's, yeah, experienced microbiologists know, but there's also a process you go through. So when you do get a presumptive, and then it comes back negative, questions get asked, well, hang on, why was it presumptive, but now it's gone? Well, yeah, because that initial test is a screening test. So, and that's where the bulk of your samples are done, because generally or theoretically that shouldn't be there. So, 95% of your tests are going to come out clean. So, yeah, it's just, and that's, that. So that, Listeria is 24 hours for a negative, but if you need to have the whole, could be 5 to 7 days by the time you go through the whole Australian standard procedure. And for food manufacturers, if you're looking at milk or short shelf life stuff, they can't wait that long sometimes. So that's why you do those initial screening tests.
Question from Kelly. What would you recommend for capturing airborne yeasts and molds, or sampling airborne yeasts and molds?
A couple of techniques. There's an air sampling meter can be used, but there's also exposure plates, which are just basically a petri dish, place it where you expect it's going to be. You'll leave it for X amount of time, generally a few hours, then you close the plates and into the lab. It's a pretty basic sort of, sounds pretty basic, but that's the best way to do it. And you'll find out if there's any yeast or mold in your environment. SPC as well. Listeria is another common one because Listeria is all around you. So a lot of exposure plates are tested for those three: yeast and mold, SPC and Listeria.
With the frozen products, if you have a legal sample for a particular product that could be spore formers, is that something you would can test for?
Spore formers?
Yeah, as in toxin producers.
Yeah, it depends which ones you're looking for.
Yeah. So is that something that Agrifood can do? Or
Yeah, again, depending on which ones we're looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, some we might not do, but yeah, it just depends which ones you might be looking at. Yeah, generally, look, we do the most common ones, but there's some uncommon tests and that's where we sort of outsource, or if the demand becomes enough, we'll go on and we're sending this out enough. It just can be dependent on what sort of spore forms you're looking for at times.
Actually, just to keep going on that, would you recommend looking for the actual spore form of bacteria, or would you look for the toxin?
I'm not a microbiologist, but sorry, I'd refer that question to our micro people and I can come back to you.
The question. Anybody online? Last chance. Oh, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to break for lunch now, so feel free to talk to Benny and Robert. People online, we're going to break half an hour. We'll be back at 12:30, unless ARL haven't turned up. But hopefully that'll be all right. So just take a break and we'll see you in half an hour.
Thank you.
First of all, thanks Ryan for this opportunity. It's really great to be in front of all the LHAAC people again. It's something it's a contract we really enjoy. It's great to be helping local governments in the small way we do. So, but onto the real stuff. We'll present a brief history of the company. We won't go into too much detail on that. Ryan mentioned at the start, everyone's getting used to it, calling us Eurofins ARL rather than just ARL. So we'll go through how that's all happened. Natalie will talk about our capabilities and our reference guide, and then we'll take a little journey inside the laboratory. We are really keen on lifting the curtain on what labs do. We've got a video that's from our Melbourne facility. Unfortunately, we haven't done one for Perth yet. That's probably because I think Nat was doing a hair today. And then we'll take you through a few processes that we undertake for asbestos analysis and foreign objects, just to make it a bit more interesting to bring you inside the lab. And we'll finish off with some video on emerging contaminants, which there's a lot out there, and purely just for interest's sake. We understand that Agrifood spoke this morning, so we'll probably had enough of food discussion. So we'll be sort of flying over that and looking at all the other stuff. So as the brief history, ARL was established in 1987. There was a pesticide in beef fat issue that Australian beef getting exported was testing high for certain pesticides, and it was picked up in the US. I think McDonald's may have even been in charge of the sampling for that. And Australia was in drought, and all of Australian cows were getting fed on cotton stock, and the cotton had been sprayed with the pesticide. So they absorbed that in their fat, and all around Australia for companies like our local abattoirs to be able to export, they had to get testing done on their beef. So all little ARLs popped up all around Australia, and we were the last one still standing at the end of it. And that's probably because in the 90s and 2000s, we grew and we diversified into the analysis of soil, water, air, building products and food. And that gave us a background for when the pesticides in beef fat weren't a big thing. We had other work to do. Other little milestones that we moved to a purpose-built facility in Welshpool in 2006. And that was out of back-to-back buildings in East Perth, which was basically we had a lab in the middle of apartment blocks and things like that. And it was never going to work well as the area developed. In 2015, ARL was acquired by senior management at a private equity firm, a local WA price equity firm. And at that time, we acquired ProMicro, which is a specialist food and water microbiology lab. So that gave us a microbial capability that we really badly needed. And it's why we're probably so interested in the upcoming CSP on Campion chicken. In 2016, we also invested in Eco Diagnostics, which were a molecular biology. So they did a lot of work via DNA. And rather than just the traditional plating, we could see the world was moving that way. So we invested in them. And in 2017, we brought all the companies under one's roof at Welshpool.
That's when I started.
And we also hired Natalie. So obviously, you could probably just about cross off the first 7 dot points and just have Natalie gets hired. And then from there, we purchased Eco Diagnostics 100% in 2019, and we became the ARL Group, which is the second logo there. And then in 2020, we were purchased by Eurofins Scientific and became Eurofins ARL, and the microbiology department became Eurofins ProMicro. So that's our little journey on how we've got to where we are now. And it's, I mean, there's a lot of, on this slide, there's a lot of the marketing spiel. But I guess what has been really good for us is that ARL was a company that was really well known for having great quality, having good service, and having commercial value. And Eurofins is a company that has they have a really big commitment to lean processing. So it's become a really good match, because one thing that we could miss on occasion was our turnaround time. And by adopting the lean processing model of Eurofins, we've been able to really tighten that up. So it's been a good little marriage, not a marriage of convenience. Yeah, and probably the bigger picture, what Eurofins is there's us over there in the corner in WA, but there's another 10 laboratories between Australia and New Zealand. So we've got this backup support that if there's something we can't do, then one of the other labs may be able to do it.
Just with what Kim's got said there as well. Is we do have these little dots here as well. So we do have little satellite offices. So not all of them that have got the orange, all the ones with the orange are labs, but we have satellite offices, so Darwin, Adelaide, other places like that as well, where if we needed to drop things off, we can bring them to labs too. So we have external areas where you can get samples too as well.
Yeah. And I guess nationally there's over 500 employees, of which 50 odd in WA, 300,000 samples analysed, individual analysis done monthly. I don't have a number on that for WA, but it's probably about 10% of that. And 60,000 samples received a month. We receive around about 8,000 to 10,000 samples a month. So there's a lot going on in the little lab, and it's a pretty cool place to work. And the really big picture is Eurofins is enormous. It's the biggest lab group in the world. So I mentioned before, if there's something we can't do, we might be able to get it done somewhere else. That's not just in Australia. They're huge in food and environment in Europe, and really big in environment in the US. So we run off the global presence, local expertise. So we still want to remain really close to our clients. We want to be able to talk to you guys. We want to be able to come to these things, and we want to be able to help out. So I guess that's our model. Moment. Back at that, you do the little swap sides.
So then.
Okay.
Just that one.
Yeah.
Sorry. And so I'm just going to let you guys know a bit more about the testing that we do. You probably are quite aware of some of the things you've submitted anyhow up to now, but just a bit more of an overview of what we specialise in and the particular procedures that are most common for us to do. Some of them are emerging contaminants, like Kim mentioned, which would be the top one, PFAS. So that is an emerging contaminant that not a lot of the councils probably have started testing for yet, but it has, obviously, a lot of people are aware of it. Water Corp and things like that do testing for it. So it might become a bit more familiar with you guys, the more that the general public are aware of it too, as media plays a big thing in what you guys are asked to do. Obviously, hydrocarbon analysis, that's something that, with spills and things like that, you guys are probably familiar with. Pesticides, obviously something that we are very specialised in, as that's obviously the main thing that we started back in the 80s. Semi-volatile organics, the small community drinking water guidelines, so that one's to do with like either mine sites or small like even Aboriginal communities and things like that don't go off that particular matrix. So it is all the testing that's required by the drinking water guideline and from Water Corp as well. Volatile organics, so any kind of things that nicely smell as well. They're usually your type of volatile compounds. Cyanide, metals, nutrients, general water quality parameters. So your things like pHs, conductivity, TDSs, just your general physicals of the water. And micro. So water is for us probably 60% at least.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Of the analysis that we do. So it is definitely our major side of things.
I guess for that, our biggest client in water is Water Corp. So all the water coming out of your tap is tested for organic components like the pesticides, hydrocarbons, semi-volatiles, all that sort of stuff. So if it's bad, don't blame us, but there is that level of testing behind it.
So we also do a lot of soil. So soil is probably been from a 60, about 30-ish%, I'd say. Yeah, something like that. So same kind of analysis that we do on soils that we do on waters. So a lot of the time we do a lot of analysis with like our environmental consultants, and most of the time for them, they'd be doing waters as they'd be doing soils for their projects. And so PFAS, once again, you'd be doing it on soils to see how it would be leaching through from potentially places like airports and things like that. There's a video later on for the PFAS, for the emerging contaminants anyhow, so we can give you guys a bit more of a run through of what that is. Hydrocarbons, pesticides, same kind of things with the semi-volatile and volatile organics. Acid sulfate soils, big thing with new kind of construction buildings and things like that, when you're trying to see if the soil you'd be using is acidic and how much lime you might need to add and things like that. Cyanide, leachates, so that's more looking at obviously how things would move through the soils. All the different types of metals that we could do for you, nutrients, that would link to people with garden, maybe if they want to know how much nutrients is in their garden, they're trying to grow a particular plant and it's dying, what kind of things are they missing? Physical parameters, similar kind of thing to the waters, so your pHs, alkalinity, things like that, and asbestos. Brings me to asbestos. So we do a lot of asbestos. We've got a pretty big hygiene team in our lab, which they can go out onto site and do sampling. They also do the analysis in-house as well for fibres. So they can do obviously fibre counting, which is when they would use a little cow, which one thing I didn't bring was a cow. Probably show you a picture of that anyhow, but you'd connect it up to a monitor and that would suck in a certain amount of air and you're basically seeing if there were asbestos fibres captured on that picture. So the guys will do that in the lab, so it's all done by microscopy. Very manual, very counting method side of things. So people who work in that lab have got great eyes. We also do building products. So this is probably one that you guys are probably very familiar with. Somebody will bring you a piece of fence or something they've found on the ground or anything that they might deem potentially might be asbestos. So we would do the analysis for that and obviously confirm to you guys whether it was. And soil samples too. So whether those particular building products have broken down more or whether there are fragments throughout the soil. And so yeah, this part would be very prevalent in terms of the volume of samples we get from you guys as well. So that leads to air analysis as well. So with our occupational hygiene team, so we can do respirable and inhalable dust. So this is something that's quite frequently asked for from like underground mining facilities and just in mining in general as well. So that's basically seeing what type of dust particulate is actually respirable as well. So what would be considered hazardous. And in terms of that, we'd also do quartz and silica side of things. So that's something that tends to come up with you guys for complaints and things like that too, when a lot of the time when people are living close to these mining industries as well.
We're seeing a really big push up in the respirable dust and silica side from benchtop cutting. And it's I mean, there's companies that specialise in the reconstituted granite bench tops, and they're now WorkSafe are making them get analysis done, and it's also something that householders need to be on the lookout for if they are going to be cutting up their kitchen or something like that. There's the chance of silica getting airborne and in ones. Sorry.
Oh, no, jump in. Everybody as well. If you've got questions or anything like that, we're more than happy to stop. And also controls me from talking way too fast that you guys don't even understand what I'm saying. So we do diesel particulate matter as well. So that's usually linked to the mining side of things as well. Organic vapors, inorganic vapors. So really it all comes down to what people are breathing in. And yeah, as Ken mentioned, WorkSafe have particular limits for particular compounds as well. So we can check all of those. We can do micro side of things. So that would be, you might find that it would be in food processes or doing like audits or cleaning side of things. We can actually rent out the equipment that you can do the air analysis on for the micro parameters. So whether that's yeast and mold or E. coli issues or anything like that, we can check those. So we can obviously hire the equipment and we can supply the media too. So if you guys do have any particular issues that you need to investigate further, we can kind of talk you through that side of things and obviously supply as well. So hygiene is another kind of area as well that we're involved in. So Legionella, you guys will be very well aware of things like misting systems and things like that. So areas that are very prone to getting a biofilm and then Legionella proliferating in those areas. Endotoxins is pretty much linked to the healthcare sector and looking at sterile equipment and the cleaning side of things. Pathogens and non-pathogens, so we're looking at obviously more pathogen side, so E. coli, salmonella, that side of things, and then non-pathogens would be the more not specific things, so like your HPCs and Pseudomonas, things that aren't really pathogenic itself, but can cause issues. And then the occupational hygiene and air quality, so that's linked into the slide before as well. So food analysis is pretty big for you guys in terms of doing obviously pathogen side of things. So whether we're doing stuff like Campy with the next CSP or like E. coli, those types of CSPs that we do with you guys for a full food based analysis. The non-pathogens, so your general HPCs as well. Yeast and molds. We also do shelf life testing at our lab too. So if there are particular little businesses in your council area that want to start selling food, yeah, we get calls daily of people wanting to start their shelf life analysis. So yeah, we've even got samples that have been waiting around for like 5 years and they're still doing shelf life kind of thing. So shelf life's a very in-depth type of analysis. So we always recommend if people are going to go ahead with wanting to start doing that they give the lab a call to discuss timeframes, the amount of samples that need to drop off and everything like that. Because that needs to start from basically day one with what they need to produce it and give it to us that kind of same day or the day after. So it's very important to have that kind of lab discussion first. Metal analysis for food as well. So people were concerned about heavy metals, so whether it's fish samples or anything that might have had a large exposure to it. Organoleptic, so that's looking in terms of taste, smell, like that side of things. Odor. Preservatives, so your sulfides, your nitrates, things like that. Allergens, obviously a big thing for you guys as well when people are claiming something is free of a particular allergen and it might not be. So that's obviously a confirmation-based testing there too. So whether that's gluten, tree nuts, crustacea, egg, soy, gluten, the list goes on actually, but and food authentication. So that one's a big one to loop into when we brought Eco Diagnostics with their DNA side of things. So actually being able to prove that if somebody's selling a type of food, so like a certain type of fish, whether that fish is actually, is it hoki, is it bassa, is it salmon, like those kind of things of actually being able to prove that somebody is selling something for what it is. And yeah, that's something that we found really fascinating to work on as well. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, that
do you also do, or does any of your labs delve into eDNA studies for environmental?
To determine like for some, like a plant and things like that?
Or like maybe pathogens or bacteria that might be in, say, water sources?
Yep. Yeah, no, we have done that in the past. We don't tend to get asked that too much, but we have been able to do investigations in terms of if someone has found some E. coli in a water source or something like that, and they want to determine whether that was from a mammal or from a human or an omnivore, like where it kind of defines to, and that yeah, that's came down to some legal battles and things like that, whether someone has pooped in a water system or not. But yeah, that's what you can determine. So we have done that before too. So that definitely is an option. Cool. Now, I printed a couple. I didn't really know who was going to be here. So we will send this through to Ryan anyhow so he can distribute it to you guys. There was a request to produce what we call a quick reference guide.
Hey, they're done.
So it obviously does not cover everything. 2 pages cannot. I could probably go for 50. That's why it's a quick reference guide. It's more, it covers the things that we're probably asked the most from councils. So anything that we tend to get asked for more than a few times, I've kind of added it to this. So I've split it into 2 pages. First page, obviously for us, because we are so big on water, and that's mainly why you guys probably use us more of Agrifood for that side of things, is why the first whole page covers that. I have also, so I've listed down, we've got first column is item, then we've got the name of what that particular suite is, then the testing that that suite includes, then the bottle types, which is why I brought some bottles here. Might not be able to see on the screen. I can move that over there if need be. But I'm letting you guys obviously know what types of bottles you'd need for it. Now, you don't necessarily always have to have the ones that we've listed there. That's if you get them supplied to by us, if you want. We can obviously work out couriers and things like that with you guys. But if for some reason you're quite rural and you've got urgent testing and you can't get the bottles to you in time or anything like that, there is usually an alternative that we can talk you guys through. It's probably more to do with bottoms than anything else, but we are more than happy for you to call up and say, hey, we're doing this, what do we need, kind of thing. And if it's not covered on here and you don't have any of our bottles, we can obviously let you know what the requirement would be. Included another column for lab, which pretty much all say per. There's only a couple at the end which do say otherwise. And then the last column is a comments. Now the comments part, I've just added a little small blurb in terms of why you might ask for that test as such. So you won't probably be able to see it because it's quite small from here, but the first three are to do with drinking water suites. So we have suite 1, suite 2, and suite 3. Now they are the suites that the Department of Health recommend for you to check if somebody is concerned about their drinking water. Suite 1 does scheme water, so anybody who is based in the metro area who's running off water court water. Suite 2 is if you're running off rainwater tanks, and 3 is pour or dam water. So there will obviously be people in the metro area that will do rainwater, so they might want to get that particular one done. Other comments list things like if you're checking for oil spills, you might want to do that particular list. Or if somebody's concerned about their retic and irrigating or salt content for feed or water for animals, they might get one of the other ones done. So there's a little quick guide. We're more than happy for there to be feedback. If no one likes it whatsoever, I will start again.
Nancy, have you included stuff like with your vials and stuff like the no headspace comments or anything like
I
that?
can definitely write that. Yes, that's probably a good thing for me to write. Actually, yes. Yeah, with the vials. So these ones in particular, yeah, anything that we'll, yeah, I will actually write that. That's very good. It does say on this vial, but if you guys haven't got the vial, then that's obviously going to be something that you're going to need to know. Is the main reason for there to be the no headspace is because these vials are done for volatile compounds. So if you fill it up and you actually don't fill it to the top, anything that is volatile in the water would go into the air. And then when we actually inject it in the lab to do the testing, we're actually not getting the stuff that's in the air, basically. So the main reason to fill it right at the top so there's no space is so when we analyze it, it's going to be representative. I'm going to add that and therefore give none of you guys these today.
Oh, well, the new version is ready. It'll be up on the website.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've nearly got there, 80%. So yeah, most of the water ones on this side, it was a very good point though, it does need to be on this side. But soil, a couple of soil ones at the top there as well. Done a small one for food, just because a lot of the time for the food queries, other than like whether it's you just want to check if someone deems that their food is off or anything like that, it's all kind of going to be the same packaging that we need. A lot of the food stuff, if it isn't something that you've standardly asked for, you're probably going to need to call up and have a chat to us anyhow. So the reference part of that is small in that way. We have got a couple of eggs sitting there though, because that does tend to be something we get asked for a lot, is doing OC pesticides in eggs. People who have chickens, because back in the 60s and I think 70s, yeah, they sprayed for Argentinian ants. And there is a really large map on the Department of Agriculture about where they sprayed, but that map is solely where the Department of Ag sprayed, not where the general public sprayed. And they were obviously able to spray at that time because they could get the same pesticides as the Department of Ag could. So a lot of people who have chickens or are thinking of having chickens usually get their soil tested or their eggs, basically just to see if the pesticide has accumulated in the chicken and therefore came out in the egg. because those types of pesticides do accumulate in fat. And therefore, as the chickens do their grazing, they are gradually picking up bits of soil, and over time, that's going to come out in their egg. And then therefore, when you consume the eggs, you would be exposed to those pesticides as well. So it's something we get asked for quite frequently to test for. So I've put those up there. That's why, other than everything else being bottles, there are 2 eggs. And the last part there is with hygiene. So we've got the asbestos side of things, so asbestos bags. So we have asbestos bags that we can give out to you guys. We have plenty of these. The main thing with asbestos analysis is that you always want to double bag it. So if you got bags from us, you can use one of these and then pop it in another one. That's basically because it is a health concern. And when anything comes in with a potential for asbestos, we always need that to be double bagged as well. And now there is on there as well our mold-based testing too, which a lot of you guys would probably be either familiar with or intrigued about. We do a lot of biotapes for these fellas and aerosols, which are these fellas. So a biotape is basically a self-adhesed tape that you can literally place on the surface to pick up some type of mold that you might. So if you go into a particular house that have mold complaints or anything like that, and you want to check these are really handy because we can analyze directly off the tape. So there's not any further requirement to then swab off the plate or anything like that and then plate it out. You can do all your testing right from this, which is great for micro, because usually it would be a swab first. You need to swab, and then you'd need to actually swab this plate in the lab onto a particular type of agar and then grow it for 5 days. No one has the time for 5 days. If you guys have to do this, you can totally do it. It's just more that if it's a very time sensitive matter, it is easier to use something that you can analyze from directly rather than needing to wait that extra time. So maybe if there are potential legal matters or anything like that, that you do have a really strict time frame, best to use something that gives you what you need ASAP. But there is no problem with using a swab. It's just more that it does. We just have to be aware it does take a little bit longer. The good thing with those biotapes and aerosols, the aerosols actually connect up to a pump and it will suck the air in, and then we can read directly off that aerosol. But those two, the biotape and the aerosol, will give you a full report of the actual species of the mold that we've found. So it's not actually going to show that, hey presto, you've got 10 spores or something like that. And you're like, what are these 10 spores? It'll actually say that it might be Aspergillus, or it might be, something like that. It will actually give you the full, I was trying to think of all the names. There's a lot of big names on that list. But the main thing is that it will tell you what that is. And then from that, you guys will be able to then let, obviously, your client know what that is, rather than it just being a number. Obviously, the number itself can be hazardous in nature, but at the same time, being actually able to know what species of the molder is, you guys can do a lot more with that. So I will go back and tweak this slightly and then re-forward it to Ryan. But then obviously, if you guys think that there should be other things added on there, like we're more than open to feedback. It was more that it just meant that if you guys couldn't get hold of us or anything like that, or you're out in the field, didn't know what to potentially ask for, it's just a quick reference guide to have a look at. But we are more than happy for you guys to call up and chat to, because there will be the occasions when you're not going to be able to look at that reference guide and you will want to have a chat anyhow. So you can either call or just turn up at the lab and ask for me. That's the main thing. All right, so let's play a little video. If we're not banned from YouTube on the Armadale server.
Usually, but.
As Kim said, this is our Melbourne lab. We haven't had the luxury yet of having a video done, which there will soon be one of us done, but we thought we'd give you an idea of what. No, I don't think so too. Just it's on the mark, and then like, you gotta look at it, you need to do. Sorry, team at home, technical difficulties. Go. Yeah, I think that you don't need to talk to. It's not cool. I have to do an interpretive dance instead. That's okay. Are there any other questions at the moment, maybe while we're? Have I spoken too fast with this one? Have they okay?
Apologies in advance for the music. You just pause it, right? So, sorry, I didn't want to do this, but the bit you just saw is obviously sample receipt. Samples come in, we give them an individual number so that we can't mix it up with another sample. Then they go to an area that's called no, that was just logging all this. Wouldn't have to come up there.
Splitting.
Okay, so sorry. I'll talk over the top of it so you don't have to listen to the music.
I can mute it.
No, it's fine. So this, yeah, so they get logged in, individual numbers get barcoded. They go to a splitting section, which I will probably explain a bit here. Basically, each of the analysis is taken out of the jar at that point. So within a day of us getting the samples, we've got it prepped, ready to go and pushing into the lab. So yeah, so waters is pretty much pour off, soils is weighing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's lots of instrumentation. So the basic flow process, sample gets logged, it gets split, and then it's in something the labs can use. And the labs take it, they do the final bit of prep on it and put it on these instruments. Yeah. So pretty cool result. So that's the final bit of prep happening, and this is the metals area. that was Melbourne. Melbourne is our showcase lab, and admittedly, there's quite a bit of the marketing side of that. But if you just imagine that on a slightly smaller scale, that is Perth. Like where they've got 12 instruments, we've got 2. Or where they've got 30 people standing around in a circle who it looks like you don't know what they're doing, and I don't either. But yeah, we've got 5 to 10 people in that area. So yeah, it's all the instrumentation is fairly much the same. We've got some different stuff. They've got some different stuff. They're our centre of excellence for the microplastics work. So that's the only instrument we own for the. Oh no, they've got two of those instruments for microplastics. But yeah, it's a shame that we haven't had our video done yet. But yeah, it's like that, but just on a smaller scale.
I don't know if that's something, Ryan, of like in the future, if we wanted to, obviously we're doing some showcases like this, of whether is the want for people to come through the lab and to organise like a lab tour and side of things.
I think that's something that we definitely.
Yeah, like, I mean, we're more than happy to arrange them for smaller groups and things like that too. Well, some people would like to come through the lab and see. It just kind of gets rid of the black box when you think of what the lab does, because you kind of drop a sample off and you think, cool. And then you get a report and you're like, great, how did this happen? Like, I think, yeah, it just gives you a bit more of an idea of the process and why things take a particular amount of time. And actually how many people along the way are required to do things for you to get that PDF at the end that says not detected, kind of thing, or something like that. So, yep, you can go for your case study. I think that's what's next.
Asbestos. Yeah, so I'm a nerd for a start. So I'm a super asbestos nerd. I don't love asbestos. I'm so passionate about asbestos. Asbestos is my background. I've been with the company for forever. I was straight out of uni, and I'm a long time out of uni now. But in the 90s, late 90s, I went to Whitnoo to do some air monitoring to support a project that was going on up there around them closing down the Whitnoo town. And from that, I got that little rock on the end, the crystallite rock. But from that, I got I got to see both sides, got to see the industry side of how asbestos came to being, and got to see people who are up there who just want to live in Whitnoo. And you think, wow. But they actually, we went up there in the 90s, there was 20 something people still living in the town, and they just loved the place. So it was really eye-opening for me, and it made me actually try and learn more about asbestos. So you've got about 5 slides now of just me feeding my ego and getting to talk about asbestos. So basically, just a bit of background. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 common types of asbestos. There's one that's a serpentine mineral, which is chrysotile, which is white asbestos. That's the most common that's used in building products. There's 5 amphiboles. There's anthophyllite, which anthophyllite, tremolite, and actinolite are more naturally occurring. We see them more as naturally occurring anyway. We don't see them used much in building products at all. Amosite though and chrysotile are also used in building products. So there's the 3 types that are generally used in building products. Pictures along the bottom, you can see how what a nasty fibre it is. Like it particularly
Gloss looking almost. But
yes, yeah. Particularly the
very
2
fine.
amphiboles, the amosite and chrysotile, when you've got them under a microscope, you can really see the arrows they form, and you can just picture that puncturing into someone's lung. Whereas the chrysotile looks a little friendlier, like it's nice and curly, and it doesn't look
And nice as best.
yeah. So a bit of background there. I could give you 100 slides like this, just taken off the internet. This young fella here, he's what they call a mixing packer. So this is at a factory where they mine asbestos. So that is all raw asbestos in that area there. And you can see all over his clothes too. So he goes home, his wife washes his clothes, he plays with his kids when he gets home, his wife washes his clothes. the asbestos breach goes from just the worker to everyone else. Another couple of interesting ones, the amazing asbestos. It's the stone that turns to floss. Why wouldn't you use it? And the one on the end I just find quite fascinating is asbestos was in the World Trade Centers. This is an ad from about the 80s or 90s, I think. Obviously, September 11 was 2003. When the fire alarm went off, it took 2 hours to evacuate the World Trade Centers. So it's an ad for asbestos saying, hey, we've jammed it full of asbestos so that it's going to burn slower. So if the fire alarm goes off, you've got your 2 hours to get down, which was sort of a noble thought if you didn't know what asbestos did, but it's also, you know, when the planes hit it, it became a huge issue for first responders. So asbestos usage in Australia. We have mined, we've mined chrysotile and the east coast and chrysotile up in our northwest, and we've mined 750,000 tonnes of asbestos. Approximately 150,000 tonnes of that was chrysotile at Whitloom. The mine was closed in 1966, and it was interesting that it was closed. It was closed because of commercial and financial reasons, not because of health and safety. So it just shows how far we've come with the way we deal with asbestos. Woods Reef in New South Wales, there was 500,000 tonnes of chrysotile produced between 1970 and 83. And the whole time we've actually imported 1.5 million tonnes. So the reason that there's so much asbestos containing materials out there is because we've used a lot. So just that little picture on the right there, the asbestos containing materials where they can be in a normal building construction. They can basically be anywhere.
Yeah, there is nowhere in that house where there's not a smoke.
So obviously it has been banned. Most jurisdictions introduced a ban on the mining of raw asbestos and the manufacture, import and installation of products containing chrysotile, so the blue asbestos, and andesite, the brown asbestos, from 1984. In New South Wales, for example, asbestos was banned from being used in fibro or sheet asbestos cement products after 1982, and corrugated roofing materials in 1984 and other products by 1986. We strongly, we're strong in restricting the use of chrysotile and andesite under our occupational safety and health regs. And I haven't read that before on the slide. Yeah, so 2001, chrysotile, so the one that I thought was a bit nicer than the other two, that was actually banned taking effect in 2003. So that the ban extends to also the import and export of asbestos products, which becomes more interesting when you look at this. Asbestos is banned in 55 countries worldwide, but not in, and this is probably a couple of years old, so some of these countries may have changed, but not in China, Russia, India, Canada, or the United States. So you look at where the places where we import stuff from, there's a lot of them still hasn't got restrictions around using asbestos. And interestingly, Canada is usually progressive in these sort of things, but they mine asbestos, so they're not as progressive as they should be. And United States is the United States. So we actually do. So feeding my own little interest over there. There's really good resources for asbestos, both for asbestos sampling and for asbestos management on the Department of Health website. But it all comes down to sampling should be conducted by a competent person. And when you look at the destructive sampling section of the I think that's a brochure that the public to the public is an LHAAC may take a sample using the following procedures. So you guys are right up front and centre. And yeah, I guess the most important thing is that you are looking after yourself, wetting the area, cleaning up any mess. And a lot of the samples we receive from you guys are actually pre-broken, like they're either from a dumping where it's sitting out already, or a fence that's broken or something like that. But if you do have to take a destructive sample, there are really good resources on how you should go about it. And like Nat said, the double bagging is the key for us, for it coming in.
And like that part number 5, the thumbnail piece, like you need the smallest amount for us to tell you whether it's asbestos, so no need to bring half a fence in or anything like that, like it's.
It is, as long as it's representative of the whole piece, yeah, it doesn't have to be very big. Like basically, our process is we look at the sample under a stereo microscope, which is about 10 to 20 times magnification, and pull out fibres that have that we think may be or may not be asbestos, and then we set them up under a polarizing microscope. So you end up with these funky colour changes. The polarizing microscope has a stage that rotates. So you can see with this guy here, fibres that are going say with that fibre there, it connects up in there. So when it goes that way, it's blue. When it goes that way, it's yellow. So we've got a thing that rotates around so you can see colour change basically. And each of the types of asbestos have slightly different refractive indexes, and so we use that to be able to analyse them. It's all done to an Australian standard, and that basically is built for building products and to a lesser extent soils and debris and things like that. And it allows for reporting the 3 common types that we find in building products, so across tile, andesite, silite. If we find one of the other ones, the anthophyllite, tremolite, or actinolite, then we'll be reporting that as a mineral fibre of unknown type because it's not specifically mentioned in the standard. But we can get that further analysed for you.
Interesting.
You like that?
They were pretty good.
The other bit that we can offer
That is a cow, I mentioned earlier.
is with the air monitoring. So basically, asbestos is relatively safe until it can get inside your lungs, right? So a lot of it comes down to whether the asbestos is airborne if you've got an incident that's happened. And these are photos from incidents, that one and the one on the next slide, where we've gone to local government areas to help out with air monitoring. So basically a sample pump, which is one of those guys in the middle, I was trying to include all brands, is put inside one of these blue boxes. There's a tube going up there and that valve sits on the end. The pump sucks air through a filter paper, which lives in that bit there. And then we let that run for a certain amount of time. So we've captured a unknown amount of air, and then we take it back to the lab, and the filter paper will dissolve, and you're left under chemical treatment, and you're left with something like that. You look down the microscope, and you can see fibres, and you can size them. But it all comes down to what is respirable, what will get in your lungs. So if the fibre is greater than 5 microns long, and each one of those little clips along the horizontal axis is 5 microns, and less than 3 microns wide, and there's some other things as well, but if it's like that, then it actually is respirable and get inside your lungs. So we sit there and there's a person manually counts that, and we count through 100 of those little fields, and we can get you results on what the concentration of those asbestos in there was, or respirable fibres in there, because it doesn't specifically identify the asbestos like that. Where urgent analysis is required, we've got a van that's set up with microscopes in the back. So that van went to Cyclone Seroja and to a bushfire down south. So it's something that when we first got it, we thought, when will we ever use this? And now it's out, 2 weeks out of 4 sort of thing. It's not all, whether major weather issues or something like that. It's more, it's really convenient for us to be able to go to a location and be able to do the analysis there, and it puts people's mind at rest as well. So, we have, hopefully, that's just a bit of background funky information that you never have to use, but we do have that if required. Foreign objects is Natalie. Are you as passionate about those as those?
Well, it's hard to be passionate about something that could be anything. As such. So we thought, obviously asbestos, and we get tons from you guys. Foreign objects, we also get tons from, but it's really hard topic to actually talk on because it could be anything. That's kind of why we wanted to talk on it in terms of what actually can be, what is our capability of actually doing foreign objects and what is the process. So obviously for you guys, you'll get a call, complaint, or someone will turn up at the council and be like, why is this in my food? Or I've found this, it's not what the package says. Sometimes they'll give you the package of the food with the foreign object in, or sometimes they'll just bring in the foreign object. The hard thing when they obviously don't bring in the food is you have no idea whether there's more objects in the food that they had as well. But there's not really a way to link it together as well. So I've put a bit of a slide here in terms of kind of the general process that we would go with. It is a bit of a feedback loop because it does, until we see what the item potentially might be, we're making guesstimates as such. Like when we talk to you guys on the phone, we're thinking, what could we do with this as such? I don't know until we see it. So the main thing we would say is you either come into the lab or give us a call. And we can talk through, or as much as you guys know what that potential object is. You guys might have not seen it yet if it was a call from a complaint and they haven't actually came into the council. But we can talk to you over the phone in terms of what might be a possibility to do. And then when we actually receive the sample, then we can kind of deduce more from that. Yeah, once we've decided you guys are going to send it in or anything like that, when it arrives, we'll do what we call a visual inspection of what it is. So whether we've got the food that it was in or whether it's separate, we would then also go through the full sample of the food if you've given that to us, whether we need to sieve it, whether we need to pulverize it, cut it up, anything like that, to basically go through that whole product to see if there are more foreign objects. Because it might be that, yes, there was one fly or something like that in it, but there might be multiple other things also in there too. And we want to obviously make sure that we're covering everything that the complaint might be linked to, because they may have not given you the full information. They may have dropped off something and said, I don't like what this is not what it said it was, and given you nothing else. So we're trying to help you guys out as much as possible as well, so you can go back to the complainant and say, this is what we meant. So yeah, once we've done our visual inspection, then we'd go through to some type of analysis, depending obviously what we've deemed we could do. Then depending on that analysis and the result of that analysis, we may have to jump back and do some more testing. That really depends on the sample and if there are subsequent things we need to do to determine it. Which is why foreign object testing is so, there's no individual method that we can go through. That quick, easy guide thing doesn't unfortunately cover foreign objects. And it is something that you all probably have to deal with weekly, maybe monthly at least, kind of thing. So we do everything that we possibly can to help you guys. I have put a little bit of a note here to say that because the analysis isn't something that is usually a standard method for us to do, sometimes there isn't always the possibility that we would have an endpoint. Sometimes just the testing of that particular thing or object as such, there isn't something that us as a lab can actually do. We would then, if we can't do it, we'd look at a subcontractor to do it, but then there might not even be a subcontractor that can determine it. With that as well, it also depends on you guys, how you feel that that complaint needs to be dealt with, whether it's enough to say it's likely this, or if you definitely need a specific it's this. And you guys would be able to deduce from that conversation with them as well, where you kind of need to go, whether it is a legal thing or not. You probably need to go to it is this versus it's likely this thing. Now, I've got a few slides here, and I don't think any of these are from your councils in particular. They are ones that we've had over the past few years. And I just kind of wanted to show you guys the different types of things that we might do with foreign object analysis. So this particular one, we got submitted a nice red liquid, okay? It did state on the side of the bottle, this is actually decanted from the end of the bottle, but it was a red vinegar as such. And obviously vinegar should be like a liquid and shouldn't have lumps in it as such, which is why obviously somebody would submit it to you and say, this is not red vinegar. What is this extra thing? And for you guys, you'd probably look at it and be like, oh, I don't know, kind of thing. Even when we get the sample, we'd be like, it could be a little alien species living in there. It could be anything. Like, you don't know from that initial look. You just know that from the ingredients that it's listed for that red vinegar, that it shouldn't have a gelatinous body in the middle of it. It doesn't say it comes with free jelly or anything like that. So you guys have obviously got the sample. It then came to the lab and we looked at it as well. We would obviously drain out what's in there and look at the gelatinous body itself. What we actually did on this occasion as well is the body itself was probably about a golf ball size overall, is we actually did some really fine slicing of said object. And that's what the second picture is there, is actually us looking at under the microscope. And it is a type of, basically what they call it is the mother of vinegar, which is used for like fermentation side of things. So if there's a lot of sugar or anything like that that was not fermented properly in the vinegar, it can reform. So they use it to basically help pick everything up. But clearly somebody in their process forgot to take it out of everything they needed to remove from the vinegar. So it started regrowing in the actual bottle that this was done in. That could be due to the fact that they didn't seal the bottle properly, just the fermentation process didn't go to completion, and it's regrowing. So and that's something that, you know, you wouldn't really think to see when you bought your bottle of vinegar or anything like that. It is obviously a foreign object. It's foreign to the fact that it wasn't vinegar, but at the same time also it is part of the production process of it. So I mean, at the end of the day, depending on the complaint, whether they were happy with it, could be in there if it wasn't sealed properly, but at the same time it would then take you guys to having to go through the process of contacting the manufacturer, seeing that they didn't have these same complaints for anyone else and things like that too. But it just shows that that's not something that would be, you know, fill up just a general inorganic bottle for us and we'll run it on our standard methods. Like that's something that's quite a bit different for us to do, but obviously we're trying to help you guys in terms of just being able to have an income for the client as well. But that there are obviously endless options of tests that can be deduced. But when this was submitted initially, I would have had no idea what that said species was. It just looked weird. That's the main kind of thing. Now, when we can actually, like this is one where we've obviously done a bit of written text on one of our foreign object reports. If there is actually a method or a test we can use, then we obviously would always go for that. If we have a written method, we would use that over any of our other methods in doing any other types of tests, because those methods are now recruited most of the time, and they are methods that we have a stepwise process for. Sometimes with foreign objects like this one, where we're basically just running with what we know as scientists and going through our own stepwise process of how can we work out what this thing is. So this particular one, here you can see little wee blue, almost sharp looking plastic bits. These were actually wrapped up within a type of meat. Now, we initially were actually, when we got the package submitted, there was this large fella and these two little ones, and there was a separate part of blue. But there's a tiny bit that you can see in this one. And when we cracked open that large looking fella, he actually had it all the way through as well, which is why we go through the whole sample. Because otherwise, if we were to just initially look at what was submitted, you'd probably only see that little extra blue bit and maybe the one up the small bit. You wouldn't think there's more throughout the whole structure, which is why we obviously do the full breakup of any sample that comes to us to make sure that we're showing that it's not just a tiny chip that's came off, it's actually gone through the whole item that was submitted. Now this one here at the top corner, you will see a graph. Now this is an FTIR which is a Fourier transformer infrared spectrograph. That's right. And that is actually, so this isn't a test that we do in-house, but it is one of the only ways to determine particular types of plastics, paints and things like that, that you can actually do a full match of that particular sample with a sample that's in the library as such, is what they call it. So we submitted out a piece of this plastic and they ran it on the FTIR, and you can see that there's two lines with that. So there's the red line and there's the black color line, and it is a pretty good match to show that that particular sample is a type of polypropylene glycol, so a particular type of plastic there. So it's a composite of, it was a composite of polyester and polypropylene glycol. Now, when we pulled it out, we'd obviously been able to determine it was plastic feeling. Look at another microscope, it looked like plastic, it was shiny, it melted in particular ways. We can do little tests like that ourselves. But this particular query, we needed an endpoint. And so that's why we subcontracted it out for the FTIR to confirm exactly the type of plastic there. And that actually ended up being we didn't actually have the packaging of this type of sample, but it actually was the packaging that had like melted into the meat itself that was there. So it was something that we didn't know, but that was deduced backwards from that. But very cool stuff, the fact that they can do it. That's CSI. Yeah. Everybody thinks the lab's like CSI. We're some part like we try, but yeah, that is something that, yes, we were really pleased to have a full outcome side of things there. Now, most of these foreign objects things I get to do myself as well. Like, so there are other people in the lab that would do it too. Kevin's had the pleasure to do foreign objects, but I tend to do quite a few of them. And this one was a lovely, large 5 kg bag of rice. Now, when the complaint came through, they said that, oh yeah, we've seen a couple of these little black specks through the rice. Now, this is really well magnified, this particular picture. But when they'd seen it on the top of this bag of rice, you could see little black specks. So we had to drain that whole 5 kg bag of rice and go through it and find, I don't even know how many of these bugs I ended up finding in the end. But obviously that's part of our process. We go through the whole sample that is submitted. And we had this little particular beetle here that is actually very common to be imported with rice. Wouldn't have known this side of things. And what we did for this particular one is the client needed something, or which council submitted, they needed something quite ASAP. So what we did was we did a DNA-based extraction on this insect and came back to them with the exact type of species that it was, so then that they could say that this was all found throughout and with obviously in a large quantity, the volume of species that were found in the rice as well. And then it went back to the manufacturer, which obviously there was a legal side of things with this as well. With DNA barcoding is part of what our eco-diagnostics team do, and it is really helpful for something like this when you need to be, like, we can obviously see straight away, I think all you guys can see that it is some type of bug. But what type of bug, like, is it something that is an issue for biosecurity or not? Like, it can loop into things like that as well. Which is why the DNA extraction was needed to be done rather than just purchase a bag and it's full of weevil looking things. No, it's this type of particular species that could be a threat. Got some more bugs on the screen too, because that's always fun. But here is, I've just put a bit of a screenshot in terms of what the DNA based analysis looks like. So it can give you a genus, a species, and what percentage match that is. Now, it really depends on what the sample itself is like, whether it's been put in a brine or anything like that. Because there are ways that you can, the sample itself or the strength of the DNA can be denatured. And then that's obviously when percentage matches can be a little bit lower because it's not a full scope of the DNA that we need. But for these two in particular, our old friend Boz Taurus here. So this is obviously a cow. We actually did a sample last week, I think it was, for one of the councils, just confirming that it was cow, and it was. But we actually, yeah, we've got quite a few other clients that do routinely use the DNA side of things, quite a bit on the food authentication side of things, to make sure that what they are actually selling is proved to be a particular species. And then we've got a ant species there, which is the bottom one, which I'm not even going to try and say, but it's like, it's an ant. So that was actually found in another food product as well. Yeah, so I think that the main kind of thing of discussing with you guys foreign objects is that there are different ways for us to let you guys know what that foreign object is. Not always is it something we can do in-house. So if it isn't something that we can do, we'd always discuss that with you guys first, because sometimes depending on if there are legal requirements or anything like that, you guys have got a set time frame that you need to get back to everybody on, and we'd obviously do what we can for that time frame as well. But sometimes when subcontractors are involved for particular extensive base testing, or we really do need those things like FTIR, it can take a little bit longer. But we'd obviously try and give you guys some type of indication initially of what we've done in-house to help, but that there would be potential other testing coming through. So it really all comes back to that discussion that we have on whether you guys needed the endpoint, or whether the likelihood of this is likely a bug, or this is likely from this type of human hair, or we've had a lot of random foreign objects that we get, but it all comes down to what you guys need to prove in the end, and what you know the client would be happy with. But yeah, we always, that's why that feedback loop is always usually around this kind of part here. So we'll have the initial discussions, but yeah, once we've done the kind of first part of result interpretation, or even the analysis, we may have more discussions on more on other tests that we might need to run if you need us to go further with it, rather than saying this is not likely the food that you submitted or something like that. It's really case by case basis. But as it is something you guys deal with a lot of the time, I just wanted to kind of let you guys know what.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Let you guys know what the options are, because there are unlimited options when it comes to the testing, but obviously costs and things like that. So that's why we have those discussions, to know what you guys would want to do. All right.
We've got a couple of videos, but we've gone over time, right?
No, keep going.
I really didn't think we were going to talk for that long.
Natalie, is your DNA stuff done in Perth, or is it done in Melbourne?
DNA stuff is done here. Yes. FTIR is done in Perth too, but not with us. So that's one of our subcontractors. Quite short.
Yeah, these are 3 or 4 minutes each. But with, I guess the other part of that, Nat, like, it becomes a process of elimination sometimes too, doesn't it? Where someone comes in and says, I think this is a worm. And
Well, that was, yeah, that's true. Yeah. They might think it's something, and we start looking at, is it that? And then we deduce from, no, it's not that, to where, well, what is it? Kind of thing. Yeah, so that there is a lot of that kind of thing. Is the process of elimination. We've seen a lot of samples over the years of weird and wonderful things, and I think about, like, when I'm at home and I might eat something and it might have fly in it, would I complain about this or not? I don't know. It does come down to, like, what do we think it is, and from everyone out, like other people in the lab having a look at it as well. If we're not too sure, what things can we start do to remove a potential option and do something else. So
the reason I chose this video is not because we only had 5 and I thought this was more relevant. It's the forever chemicals, as they call them. They're really getting a lot of airtime at the moment. But I think it's called the dark water community, and there's several current legal cases in the US relating to PFAS compounds. A lot of firefighters both in Australia and all around the world are getting their blood tested regularly if they've had contact with these chemicals. So these are as much out of interest as they are in trying to sell the service that we do. There's this beautiful pattern there, isn't there? And it's that beautiful music again.
Now, just to also add here, we do actually do the PFAS stuff here too, but Brisbane's our specialist lab. So if there are stuff that we don't do, Brisbane would do it.
The Brisbane lab do food products for PFAS. We don't in-house, so that's where we use them. Still miss that charcoal.
I know it's just like it's not natural sample. I would have redone that test.
A bit of a take-home message from that is one of the biggest challenges we face as a lab in doing this sort of thing is to separate what we want to get out of the sample from what's already there, like native in the sample, particularly with things like fish and that are really high fat, and a lot of these things adhere to fat or get absorbed by fat. So that probably went into a little bit more detail than I was hoping in how they actually do it, but it becomes a multi-step process for us to make sure that we've got everything out of the sample that we can, but we also haven't got the extra fats or the extra things like that that are going to interfere with our analysis. Hopefully this one's cool. Microplastics is something that's gained a lot of legs recently. Particularly, it was on ABC not that long ago. The guy who does War on Waste, Ray, but he actually had his feces tested for microplastics, and they found 5 or 6 different sources of microplastics in his feces, and he just ate the normal diet for the weeks. So yeah, so there's a bit of, particularly with those World Health Organization reports coming out there, it's getting a lot of legs at the moment, and yeah, it's sort of something that might be interesting.
Questions?
But that's us.
Sorry for talking too long.
Yeah.
Actually, you're pretty much right on spot. There, questions and comments or anything? Or were they so good that they covered absolutely everything that we were?
I was actually really engaged, like sometimes the technical stuff you go, but it was interesting. I really enjoyed it. So.
Actually, one thing that we did have a bit of a discussion on previously was legal sampling. So if you guys have any comments that you want to contribute to the whole legal sampling discussion, I'm sure we. Yeah.
I guess from our point of view, the whole piece for us, we're taking a step back. We've been involved with legal cases mainly around the asbestos side of things, and that's what I'd probably see where we would be involved with you guys as well. A lot of that comes around to the chain of custody. That the lawyers can't question the fact that we've received this sample at this time. It's you that's dropped it off, it's us that's picked it up, and it's gone into our system. That's been something that's really been stressed to us by lawyers in it. From a report format point of view, our reports don't change whether they're legal cases or not. They are the same through and through. And where we've had a few local government prosecutions that we've been part of, and they've basically involved us doing a stat deck saying that, you know, this is what happened, this sample came in, this person analysed it, they have 5 years experience in doing this analysis, they are, it's a NATA accredited analysis, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, from our point of view, probably, yeah, nothing changes their report format. We need to be really tight on chain of custody and we're happy to be, well, we understand we need to be involved from a legal side with the final pieces when it does, if it does go to court.
Yeah, so with chain of custody, so when it comes to something like that, it's just being as prescriptive as you can on the form. So if it is taken from a particular location and things like that, so write down where it is, so it can actually be tied back. So if you're having to write the address and things like that, writing that, definitely date is a big thing as well, because sometimes that is missed when it's all being filled out. Is making sure that that is definitely recorded on there, and obviously for you got your purposes, if you need to write the NC or the or legal on it, something like that, just so that you guys have already got that.
That'd be helpful. Because well, I mean, I use asbestos as the example, but if it's something like a lead in drinking water or something in food or something like that, having us know that it could be a potential legal case would be really good, because ultimately we would end up repeating it. When we like, if that report was coming across your desk before you'd send it out and it said legal, and say lead is 0.002,
above what it needs to be, we'd be like, well, we'll just do an extra check there as well, which, I mean, a lot of the time we're always going through and checking everything anyhow, but we would then double check things even more than we'd usually double check for a legal case as well. I'll make the amendments to my quick guide.
Yeah.
If there's any other feedback, and then we'll send through on.
Ordering sample supplies, is there just a form on the website that we complete and email it to you?
There is, absolutely. Yep, I can pull that to Ryan too. Ryan, do you want to put that on yeah? Yes, there is a form that has all the different colours down the side too of what things are, and it lists out what it is too. So from the quick guide, you'd know which ones you want to order. You can order them in bulk. You can come and pick them up from us.
And how does that get charged? Does LHAAC get charged for that, or is that just like?
So the bottles themselves are complimentary for the testing coming back to us anyhow.
Okay.
And it's, so you guys aren't charged for that whatsoever. It's just more when it comes to like regionally for couriers and things like that. So that part's not covered in the LHAAC. Right. So that's why you guys usually turn up at the door or have your own courier drop things up. So
No, nothing from online yet.
It's still like, this is a pretty specific question, and I guess I'm guessing the answer would probably be yes, but if you had dust sampling from 2 locations and some ground from like the road base, would you be able to in-house or subcontract compare that?
samples from transportation.
Yeah, so if you had 2 locations where you did dust monitoring and you also grabbed a sample of like road base or material, would you be able to compare the 2 locations, dust and material, and make a qualitative guess of how close those things could be to each other? The challenge